그러네. kei ngā iwi o te motu, kei ngā manihiri tuarangi, paramai, paramai, paramai. Paramai te raru, te tuara nui, o rangi haiata, ara te pai whanga o taranua e tū mai rā. Paramai ki ngā wai o konei, ara ko Ōtaki, o wai tohu, ako mga pauri. Paramai ki tēnei rohe, e whakataukingia nei mai wai tapu ki rangataua, mai mire te kākara ki whiti nei, a whakawhitia, tu moano o rauka wiki wai rau, whakatau, nau mai, paramai, whakatau mai. Whakatau mai, ki rungi i tō tātere wānanga, ara te wānanga o raukawa. Whakatau mai, i waimini a tātou, ngai o te whakaminenga, me ngā kānohi o ngā tupuna, e kukana ana mai, mai ngā pakitara o tō tātere whakapakai. Ka tāhuri te reo whakamihi ki a rātou, rātou katoa ko mena atu ki te pō, rātou ko whenrangitia. Reira mauria mai, o koto tini aitua, o haina mai, i rungi te whāriki o mate, kia tangihia, kia mihia, kia poroporaki. Kia ko tahi ai te poroporaki ki rātou, e ngā tini aitua. I rungi te mōhio, i wanganu i tēnei mea, te ngaranga, ko pā mai, kia mātou o konei, ki te ao katoa. Tā reira kei ngā tini aitua, e moe, e oki. E kia nei, mā te hupe, me ngā roimata, a koe. Rā piti hono tātai hono, rātou te hunga wairua, kia rātou. A piti hono tātai hoa, a tātou ngā kānohi ora ki a tātou te nata. A ka tāhuri aka ki te kaupapa, ana tātou whakawhaiti mai, para ko māui hangarau. Nā koutou, o koutou whakaro rangatira, ko whakatū tēnei kaupapa i mui a mātou, i rungi te wānanga o raukawa, a kua whakamana nei a mātou. Nā reira tēnā koutou o koutou whakaro rangatira, o koutou whakaro nui. Tērā pēr ka whaihua koutou, i roto i ngā whakawhitinga kōrero, i roto i ngā wānanga, i mua nei a mātou, i rungi tēnei kaupapa o te rangi. Tēnā pēr mō hoki ka whai koutou e te ho koutou i ngā toko ai a Māui, o tātou tūpuna, e tērā pēr mō hoki tāna mahi tinihanga, a ki ātou mōki ai tēnei mea te hangarau, a kia whakatupu ake o tātou ni mātarangi i hoki tēnei kaupapa. He kaupapa tāhua tēnei, mōhi ana mātou, i ngā marama tata nei, a kua whakahaere a mātou nei mahi, hei whakaako a mātou ākonga o te wānanga o rauka, i rungi te ipuraki. He mahi hou, tērā mo te nuinga o mātou. Engari, i te oro tunu mātou, kei te oro tunu mātou. Nā te kaha o te hangarau, nā te kaha o ko te mātaurangi i roti e nei kaupapa. Nā reira, hara i te mea ka tōro o tēnei kōrero, i te mea mohi anau, he maha ngā kaupapa, i mua nei a koutou sere ata i tēnei rangi. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā ki tātou.
Nei au te pupuri I ngā sini maharai Taka koroto nei ka mawherangi au e Pamai ki aha whakai a momo ai e Mō aku ma te tautini, e aroha nei au e.
Hei kuku whakakapi. Kua kahuri a tātou nei tikango o konei kia whakakapi a tātou nei hui pēnei, mā ngā kupu wairea kia potahi ai e whakamina e noha kia nei. A reira ue wairea. Wairea I rangi e tūnei, wairea I rungi a papa e takutare. Wairea ngā maru wehi kua tū tangatanga mātaka te whakaminenga nei, haumi e, hui e, tēnā koutou, kei ngā mātanga, kei ngā pūtega, tēnā tātou. a ka tira, ai whakokinga mihi kua kia mai ki rungi te kaupapa nei. Kai te mihi ati kia kōtau, kai te mihi ati ki te whare nei. Ta kua tuatai ki uru mai ki ro ki a koe. Kaukinga maumahara ki te werehano te whare ipo nei i muara. Maumahara au, te wā, kāre he whare ipo nei rungi tēnei papa. Tēnei uri o ngā tika hono o te wairo o te tai rāwhiti, i tipu ake, i rungi te marae o whakarongotai. I roto i te ātia wano rungi te rangotira, i roto no i a kōtau o raukawa, me tō rangatira. Anō reira tēnei a whakapuna ke maunga, a me ki ngā maunga o te tai rāwhiti, e mihi atu nei kia koe tarura, o tira kia koe no te waiwai kātia tararau ko rangita. Rei ko te wahanga ki au, e whakahoki ngā mihi kōhia mai ki rungi a māpe ki rungi tēnei kaupapa. Anō re, poto noi ho te kakau o tapu pai pai tēnei wā e hua mā. E tika kia whakahoki ngā mihi. A o tira kōtau, pararau mai nei. E rungi te kaupapa, tēnei te mihati kia kōtau ni a kōtau whakaaro rangatira. Aha ko, hara mai ai kōtau i kia, kua tai mai. Ara, kua tai mai kia Māui hangarau. Tēnei tipua, tēnei tipuna o tātou kutoa. Petu! Kai te kita ati a koe, e takutua hine i ro whingatau. Koe no, ko te katoa, me ki, kōtau ngā whakopuna, i heke i hoi ngā rangatira, ngā kāwai rangatira, o konei, o wāhi ki atu, kai te kita atu kōtau, nā te me, ko kōtau anō, te a hōhō. Ko mihi a kētia ngā mate tautini, no reira, me tangi atu ki a rātou kāti. O tira me pene te kōra ki a rātou. Tāpiri atu ki a rātou pakaire nei ki ngā pakitaro tēnei whare. Tau wau rei te pō, tītoko i tā māruma, mauri ori ki a tātou nui, tēnā kōtau, a tēnā tātou koto. Kahara mai arua paroe, sumai awa, sumai moa, na koko e kakahi anoa tia e au, tupea rangi patikirunga patikira o rumaranga pera hokira kapuman. Ata e katatau matsuki roto nukunai Maya pipia, maya rawea, maya kokatataia Kataka te hukira wea koroi runga Koroi raro Koroi ta pirima te aki koe huki koe tu mai Kahura te tamate anunui, kahura te tamate aroro, te kawaka nuku, te kawaka rangi te aia, nuku te aia rangi te kuramai, huki huki te kawea, te kawea, nuku kawea taia, tumaka kiriti, ahoa, tumaka ki wahoa, tumaka ki utaha, Pinatu, Naringa mai, Nunate, Mata wahine, Iarate, Matatane, Huki na, Te mai te waka whakaia, Otaki timu te waka e, Kōtanga te ariki nui te tangata. Aka huki atu ki te manga titohea, tiki ai tētahi kōrero, nā ruka matua. I roti tana waiata, te pātere mo te hunga wahine. A te rāno rā kai ngā hune o te rāwhiti e te kāna kuru mai wahine. Nānei whai te pihau pāo ko ka humunu. Ka puti i reiranga kāwai hege o tā pene, tā ki timu mai, anei a tauranga moana, a dei te tai rāwhiti. O tira, ko tā no, ka heki hoki a raukawa, tēnā tātou toi roti wera hononga i waina nui a tātou. Andore tēnā kōtau, tēnā kōtau. Huri noa, mauri ori ki kaipapa kora nuku. Kia ora tātou. Kia ora.
Akati, e rere tonu ana ngā mihi kia tātou katoa, ko whakarau i ka mai i tēnei rā, i rungi tā tātou nei kaupapa ka meha meha. tā tātou nei kaupapa rangatira. Hoi anō te wāhanga ki au, he taunaki ngā mihi, kia koutou, te mana whenua, o tira ngā maunga whakahi, ngā awa e tere nei, ki roto o tēnei takiwā, no reira Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, Te Ati Awa, ka nui te mihi atu kia koutou, mihi mai, karanga mai, ki enei waiwai tapu, kei wainganui te māpū nei, no mātou te whiwhi te waimarie, wahara mai mātou, ki tō whenua taurikura nei, ki ko nei, ruku atu ai ki roto i te hōponutanga o tēnei kaupapa, no reira, nei rā te tūhohu, ki mui a koutou, kei te mana whenua, tēnā koutou katoa. Hoki mai kia tātou, ko karapine pene mai, no ngā tōpito katoa o te motu, rarau, rarau, rarau mai rā. Akāti, mōrena e te whānau, mōrena. I want you to turn to the person sitting on your left and say, tēnā koe e hoa. I then want you to turn to the person sitting on your right and say, "Ooh, tua tāhua hoki tēnei atu." Ka pai. Ko tēnei ko Mātai Smith e mihi atu nei kia koutou, nō koutou waimarie, ko au tā koutou kai whakataki, mō te roanga atu o tēnei kaupapa. So it's a privilege to be here in beautiful Ōtaki today and spend some time with you. And as your host, as your MC, a couple of things, house rules. Mō te tūpono, kei pā mai tētahi āhuatanga mō rea rea roa atu. So in the event of an emergency, we have 3 exits, 1, 2, 3. You are asked, if we do have an emergency, to make your way outside to the whare that's just out the front there. So we all ki reira tātou hui hui ai. So make, I think the words are in an orderly fashion. Kei te marama? So kaue o mōma. So we make our way out to the front of the whare there, ki reira tātou hui hui ai. Whare paku, if you wish to go to the whare paku, and then ngā whare paku kei tēnei taha. So me puta koutou i tēnei tatau nei. Okay, so through this door to your left, kei reira ki ngā whare paku. Right, it says on my little run sheet here, MC introduction and overview of kaupapa key objectives. Well, you know what? Ka waiho mā te kiriata nei, hei kōrero, ia wa kōrero katoa. So I don't need to say much, because the video that you're about to watch says it all. Mā taki taki mai.
So for Maui Hāngara was an event that was focused on our youth and our rangatahi. We hope to inspire and motivate and ignite our youth into the chicken innovation space, basically. So we brought along 10 Māori chicken entrepreneurs, most of them at the top of their game, and the hope is that our youth are able to see Māori that are being successful within the chicken innovation space, they can aspire to be successful as well.
So basically, we're just a crew of young creatives that we're keen to make it in the world. At the same time, we wanted to figure out how we can do those sorts of things, but be living with a bit of purpose and, I don't know, venting our creative energy. I went back to school. After I was a failed lawyer, failed politician, failed cook, I thought, maybe I'm going to be an animator. Surely you can't fail animation. Surely.
I think they're going to say Māori are the future of NZ Tech. So as far as I'm concerned, the more people that are participating, the fastest growing industry in New Zealand, the better. What we need to do now is work really, really hard to support them, know that they're valued and know that they have a place in the tech industry.
As Māori, I believe that innovation and collaboration is a part of who we are.
It's not something new. It's not something we go to school to do. It's something that's in our genetics, it's in our DNA, it's in our bones.
It's awesome to see how people start off from the bottom, you know, and work their way up, and it's neat to just see all these Māori striving for greatness, and that's what really motivates me in life. Yeah.
So I've taken a really crazy path to get where I am today. I've made heaps of mistakes, but I've always been committed to finding what my passion was. And I think when you do that and you can unlock that, you can do something really meaningful for you, but also for the rest of our communities. In a couple of decades' time, we're going to see a massive change in the nature of work in New Zealand. Jobs will be lost and change entirely. What we need is to ensure that we have creative thinkers. I can't think of a better place in the world to foster that creativity, that innovation, than in Aotearoa, starting with our rangataki. We're going to lead the world. My tip for Ōtaki wanting to get into tech is to find what they're super passionate about and then inject that into technology.
Most important things, I think, is to be passionate about what you do, what you do.
Imagination over knowledge, which is apparently from Einstein. Surround yourself with really supportive, great people, positivity, and really build resilience.
Regardless of what the technical skills are, the keenness, that perseverance, that willingness to stay at a task and see it through to its completion, that skill set is something that's really important.
If you have the idea in mind and you're feeling really passionate about it, then write down, literally write down what your next step is.
Use any quick tips or tricks to overcome difficulties.
To failure, overcome it. So don't get too caught up about the idea of having right bits of paper, the right letters after your name, or anything like that. Also appreciate the little ideas that are right in front of you and things that inspire you. And use your imagination.
Because you can be taught all the technical stuff. You can hit up YouTube, you can do the lynda.coms. Someone you can get in a tutorial, there's a teacher on the technical side of things. That one trait that cannot be taught is that perseverance, that willingness to stay at a cocoa or stay at a task for extended periods of time.
For help. There's a bunch of people out there that are willing to give you a hand in what you've got to do.
So we're about ideas to build all around.
So strong. And my tip for any young budding entrepreneur, especially in technology, would be to just do it.
Ka pai. Ko mai rā te paki. Ko te tikanga, ko mōhio koutou iahei haere mai ai koutou ki kone. Nei. So I just want to also check that you do have leave for today. Right? Because we are live streaming. So Mum and Dad know you're here. Ka pai. Okay. E haere tonu a tātou mahi. Before we introduce our first couple of speakers e te whānau, mei kore ake tēnei rōpū, hei taunaki te kaupapa nei, so without the great assistance of Te Tāhuhu o te Mātauranga, the Ministry of Education, as a major sponsor for this event, we would not be here. So, hei waha, hei whakakanuhi I a rātou, I'm going to invite Tama Kirikiri to the stage to say a few words. Tēnā koe, Tama. Ho mai te paki.
Tēnā tātou. Tuatai ake ke te tapuri au ngā mihi kua mihia kia koutou. Koutou te haukaunga. Ko whakawātea nei tēnei whare a tāhua, i whare whakarungu hau mō tēnei kaupapa. Te kaupapa I whakawhaiti nei tātou I tēnei atu. Kei anua ka ki tēnei whare, hareira, me mihi ka tike ki tōna tāhuatanga, me ngā kōrero iri nei ki ngā pakitara, hei kai mā te hinengaro, hei whakaruru hau o tātou I tēnei rangi. Ko tāku noa, i te tātuku pāpā no te whanaka nui a hau. Iahu mai taku māma i te riu o Nuhaka, ko Ngāti Rākai Pāka, ko Ngāti Karanunu tēnā, he hononga hoki ki whangara mai tā whiti, ki Ngāti Konohi. Kātai ka whakawhiti atu te moana o Raukawa, tautu rā ki Ngāti Wahuriri, ki Rāpaki ki Ngāti Wheke, ki Arahura ki Pautini Ngautahu, me te maha o ngā hononga ki ngā runaka katoa putanoa i te waka a Māui, ko tama kirikiri tōku ingo. Ko tōku mahi, ko te kaihautu mātauranga Māori, mo te tari tātaungi tū, he wahanga o te kura pukenga tangata ki te kuninga ki Purehu Roa. Nā reira, tēnei te mihi atu ki tēnā o tātou, e noho nei i runga i tō tātou kaupapa karanga. Kia ora, this video you can see up here is a project that we worked on that was funded by a kaupapa that was started in 2017 by te tāhuhu o te mātauranga ko Te Aho Ngārahu. Te Aho Ngārahu was a fund that was created by the Te Reo Māori group, and its sole purpose was to create more Reo Māori resources for kura Māori. And so in its first year, we were told that there was a process that had to go through. So basically they sent a tono out around the motu, and people who had an idea for a story had to submit a tono about their story and what the kaupapa was about and the idea of the rauemi they wanted. And then that went through a selection process with the tāhuhu, and they whittled down the number of tono that they got to 50 stories. And then they distributed those stories to providers like where I work. So I work for a unit called Tātaingi 2, and we're what's basically called a professional learning and development provider that works out of Massey University. And so our mahi goes out into kura, primary schools, secondary schools, kohanga, puna, aharane, and we work alongside teachers to whakapakari tō rātou ake mahi. And one of the other things we do is we produce resources. So we were connected with an author back then, who by random chance just happened to be also my whanaunga, a gentleman called Pere Jury, young lady's uncle down the front here. And so when I got to talk to Pere, Pere said, I've got this story, it's about Manawa 2, and it's basically going to explain the whakapapa of all the ingoa wāhi around here, and how our tipuna gave those places their names and the stories that came out of it. And I was like, oh yeah, I can understand that. And he said, and now I want to do it with a graphic novel. I went, yeah, I can understand that. And then he said, and I want to use augmented reality. And I was like, what? What does that mean? And he goes, I'll send you a link. So he sent me a YouTube link. And so my boss and I put it up on the big screen, and we had a look. And it was a YouTube of a Peter Jackson augmented reality demo. And it's the spaceship flying into a table in front of people, and then this world unfolds on the table in front of the people with all this sort of stuff. And so whilst I thought, gee, that looks cool, I had no idea how it worked. I had no idea how I would help him make it work. I was completely lost, but I was like, yeah, we can do that. Yep, no worries. And then we hung up from the corridor, and I looked at my boss and I was like, see, I'm gonna have to do a bit of research. So anyway, we ended up marrying up with the company that you saw that produced that video. They're from Ōtaki called Maui Studios. And basically augmented reality, for those of you that don't understand how it works, you have to create a different world. You can create any kind of alternative world you like. It's usually built with 3D models that are animated and whatnot. And then those animations are stored in the cloud somewhere. Okay, and then you have to have an app. And basically what the app does is it pulls that animation from wherever it is, and it shows it on the device that you might have. So for most of you, probably going to be on a phone or a tablet. Yeah? And then the images are attached on each of the images. So if you look at this book, and you fellas will be able to see there's a whole lot of copies out the front if you haven't got any, and I've got a few spare ones here. But the images that you see in here, these graphic novels, each one of these images is attached to an animation somewhere. Okay, and that's called a trigger image. And so what happens is when your app goes over that trigger image, it tells the app to pull down animation, whatever, 10, if it's for the same with the page. And then you'll see an animation come up on your phone that's an augmented reality created in the animations, and you'll see it up on here. And so there's also a whole lot of narration on there, and there was some uri from Rangitane who came in, nieces of the author who came in to voice the story. And basically that's where we got to, and this is the final product. There's an app that's produced called Arorangi, and Arorangi is what accesses the augmented reality content for this book. So the following year, the Pūtea, thankfully, was they managed to find a few more dollars, and subsequent to that time, they've tried to increase the Pūtea every year because the number of requests for resources that use digital technology of some form have gone up. And digital technology, regardless of how you cut it, does cost a lot of money. Yeah? And so it should do if our amazing mātanga are producing work like this. So the Te Aho Ngārahu Fund for this year has been cut off. The stories have been submitted. It's currently in a selection process within the Tāhuhu at the moment, and we'll find out hopefully very shortly, because I'm waiting on a couple of projects, to that which stories get through, and then those stories that are successful again will be distributed out to different providers like Huia Publishings and other. There's a whole lot of different companies who make resources, and then it's our job to connect with the author, to put forward a proposal around the project that we're going to make, and then submit it to the Tāhuhu to get the money to do the main. And the outcome is hopefully more real high quality rauimi for you fellas. There's a whole lot coming out from this year, should be coming out early next year. And you would have probably seen some of the last couple of years coming out, books, videos, apps, all kinds of stuff that have been made by this fund. So that's my 5 cents. Kia ora te Tāhuhu for bringing me in. And I'll leave it to the rest of the actual mātanga here to take you through for the rest of the day. But look, if you guys want to, in the corner where the Tāhuhu web stall is, there's copies of this puka puka. They've got some tablets loaded with the app so that you can have a tutu, so you can have a listen and see, and then you can take a couple of copies with you back home. Ne? Ka wai? Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora rawati koe tama. All right, ori te tātou, let's get into the business side of things, I guess you could describe it as. I'm going to call up our first 3 speakers to come and join us on the couch. It's a bit like the Graham Norton show, isn't it? So, he karanga tēnei kia Peter Barrett, the founder and director of Shoebox Christmas. Angie Martini, junior software developer for Tauhoko Trade Me, and also Mr. Evan Wilson, the head of data innovation at Curious. Homai rā te paki paki. Just share with you guys. Right, this is just he mahi tēnei hei whakamahana i a rātou, o tira i a tātou, so it's a warm-up, quick fire questions, okay, before we get into hearing their coho. Let's start with you, Peter, because you've got the microphone. Oh, let's make sure it's working. No, technical issue. Oh, lucky we've got the IT guy here. So Peter, my first question to you, whilst we just organised this microphone, what's the most useless talent you have? The most useless talent you have. I know it's quite hard because you're quite a talented man, from what I've read. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Now right now it's probably gardening.
Gardening.
Yeah. Only because I don't have any time to do any gardening. So my gardening just needs a whole pile of rubbish and some weeds growing really high.
Ka pai. Thank you, Peter. Angie, we'll ask you that same question, seeing as you've had more time than Peter to think about it. It should just happen just like that, ever so organically. No pun intended to follow the gardening kōrero.
My most useless times would be how not so great I have the dishes.
Oh, really? Do you have a dishwasher? No. Partners come in handy for dishes, just quietly, yes. Kia ora, Evan. Same part-time for you?
Most useless talent would be singing.
Oh, would you like to display it?
Oh, no.
Would you like to prove it?
It's so bad I'm really
Ka pai. Hold that mic, Evan, we'll ask you this next one. If you could have dinner with anyone, past or present, who would it be and why? You can choose anyone in the world.
I reckon that fellow Donald Trump.
Oh.
I reckon that'd be hard. I just want to figure out what that guy's on about.
Yeah.
What he's smoking.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Angie, who would you select?
Oh, that's his one. Bob Marley.
Yeah. Yep, you don't even have that. Peter?
It'd probably be my my two sisters who are
Ka pai, Peter. Peter, what animal would you be and why? E tahi pātai. E hara ia mātai, by the way.
I think I've done this somewhere else. The science maybe a car.
A kaka, like a parrot. Yeah. Very good answer. Ka pai. Benji, what animal would you be and why?
I would most likely be my kakiraki or stingray. Always seem to be running in the water.
Okay. Ka pai.
I can't be a wife. That's pretty sure. Prove around. You can just prove a lot of the world. So, hey, what could your animal do?
And to that answer, we say, well done. There you go. Did you get it? No. Still thinking about it? Just give you a couple of seconds, and then you laugh. Next question. It's a tamariki. Evan, fried bread or rewana? Rewana, ka pai. Ka pai. Angie?
Fried bread. Butter and milk that cream power.
And it has to, can I just say it has to be butter, not march. Yeah, no, don't do march or fried bread. No, not good. Peter?
Mum's rewana.
Mum's rewana. Has Mum handed you the bug? Is she? No, no. Yeah, I know the feeling. Stay with you, Peter. This is a goodie. Peter, do you have a favourite dance move? And if so, can you show us? You've got a dance move? Yep. What's it called? Has it got a name?
It's probably called
The puppet? Okay, here we go, everybody. Live streaming to the world.
I wanted to go like that. Now I only do it when I don't drink it also.
Okay.
When I drank enough to think that I was good at dancing. And then I was synchronizing my knees. I thought it wasn't.
Thank you, Peter. Yep, Angie.
My dance move. Actually, I share this with my new student at the back, yeah? And we call it the puckaroo duck, and it's me just...
What was the name of that one again? Pakaru bag. No pressure, Evan. The puppet, the pakaru bag, and now the
shuffle.
The shuffle. Oh. Everybody shuffling. That guy? LMFAO.
He went to the Simmons, dressed up as that guy for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
Learned the words a little bit like this.
Well done. I'm just checking the Facebook page. We've got 100,000 views so far. Staying with you, Evan, if you could win a gold medal at the Olympics, what would it be for? In which category? Which sport?
Oh, rugby sevens, for sure.
Papai, why is that? Because you're...
Because I'm not good at singing or rugby. I tried, but it'd be mean to win it for our country.
Papai. Thank you. Angie?
I wish it would have been gymnastics, but the floor.
Yep.
Yeah.
With the ribbon or just...
Oh, the ribbon would be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good.
Okay.
Gymnastics would be better.
Gymnastics. Okay, cool. Gymnastics. Yep. Peter?
I wish it would be for boxing, but it wouldn't be because I can't box.
What's that, sorry?
We're just dreaming here. So
We're yes.
dreaming.
Oh, dreaming. Right, okay. Gotcha. Let's stay with you, Peter. What is your special dish in the kitchen? Special dish in the kauka, the kitchen. Oh, he's thinking about it. He must have several. He's got so many to choose from.
I'm giving that because I don't drink. It's probably cream power.
Oh.
But it's, if I can't really cook, I can't get away with the fact that you just got some fresh butter on there and it just tastes good how we cook.
Yeah.
As much as I'm
Kapai. Thank you, Peter. Angie, what's your special dish in the kitchen? When the whānau pop around, you're like, yes, I got you. Let's go.
A sourdough loaf that I make from scratch. Thank you, Walter. It's my font over there. Topped with some homemade eggs and milk.
Ooh.
Made with all the veggies that are grown over my fridge.
Ooh. That's what we love to hear. Evan.
pretty simple, a steak. There's a method. You turn the oven on first, get it to 180 degrees, get a hot skillet, chuck it on there, on the hot skillet, turn it over just once, and then throw it in the oven for 5 minutes. Beautiful steak.
Kapai. Did you hear that, whānau? So next time you do your meaty, there should be no making a mistake. Let's give you a couple of seconds. It's a somebody can go. Right, couple more. Evan, you've still got the microphone. So, if you were an atua, a god, which one would you be? And why? If you were an atua, which one would you be? And why?
Thor, because he's on the Avengers.
Thor, because he's on the Avengers, yep. I don't know if he's an atua, but anyway. Just now.
I'd love to be Tangaroa.
Tangaroa.
There's some unexplored depths in the sea that we haven't even ventured through, and I'd be able to hang out there.
Kapai. Thank you, Angie. Peter.
Probably time to yeah.
There's only one thing to say to that answer, ka pai. All right. I I know this is unscripted. Final question, e te whānau. Pera, who did you look up to as a role model when you were younger? Who was someone you aspired to be like?
Matua Moko, actually.
Matua Moko.
Yeah, two chest arms. At college.
Which college were you at? Ōtaki College?
Didn't squash work out and be like squash work out. Slight years and then strong.
Okay, yes, kaya ko na yung atama dito. NG?
My role was with my papa, my dad. He just had this way of connecting with people. I sort of aspired to, and I swear he came away with my father in some of the weirdest places. And I wish I hope I just had that.
Tēnā koe. Evan?
My great grandfather, Sir Carroll, was sort of, just ran the whole farm there and passed it down to my grandfather and grandmother. Did a lot of good things for the people, gave other farms to return servicemen from overseas, and just some really good money giving back to a lot of people.
Thank you very much, Evan. Many of our rangatahi will be familiar with your great grandfather, Sir Tāturi Kara. Ngā manu kōrero, ne? Junior English section. Kei te marama? Ka pai, ka pai. All right, give them all a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Relax for a moment. E tū tātou, we just want to have a bit of a stretch. Yep. Whātoro o ringa ki runga. Make yourself a whetū. Aye, not whetū whāla, she's already a whetū. Anō. One more, big round circle. Taki no hokuto. All right, now we've got a quick competition. I know. You're all saying, oh. Can't fit that. I heard you. I could hear you on here. You'll be pleased to know, though, that we can all fit it. You know why? Because it's an S. What does S stand for? Stretchable. All right. Ko te pātai a mātai. Ko te pātai a mātai. Ko wai te kapaha katoa i te whakataitai o te matatini, i tū ki roto o pōneke i te rātau. Ko wai te kapaha katoa, who is the reigning supreme champion kapahaka team who stood at the Cape Tin last year and took out the Te Matatini competition. Haramai? Ko te tūmanako ia, kei a koe te whakauti tika. Ko te tūmanako ia. Nā reira, ko ai tō ingoa?
Alizé.
Alizé.
Ai.
Mihi mai ki Alizé, mōrena Alizé. Kei te pai. Te pātai a mātai ko wai te kapaha katoa, I wini ia rātou te whakataita o te matatini I te rātou ki roto o pōneke at the Cape Tin, and it was freezing, but anyway.
Ko ngā tūmanako.
Ko ngā tūmanako, ka pai. You'll be pleased to know it's not an S, and I heard you all go, yes. It's a bigger one. This one is size L, which stands for Let's Go! Now, if you would like to take, this is beautiful. How to tie? Sorry? What's the colour? Kahuna, I mean. That is a flash name for it. Turquoise? Yeah, turquoise. Yeah. Kapai. I heard someone say creamy. How do you creamy? Oh, te aha? Creamy. Green. Kapai, okay. In order to take this one home, all you have to do is come up to the front of the stage and sing for me a song by one of the guest speakers who's on this afternoon, who used to be in a very famous band here in Aotearoa, and sing one of their songs for me. Just a line. Ai, haramai, haramai. Tere hoki. Haramai. Why doing one? Malik. Kono tera? Oh, okay. Hi, Malik. Mihi mai kia Malik. Kia ora, Malik. Oh, yeah. How you got your name tag? Malik, you're going to perform just a couple of lines of a song by one of the speakers who's featuring later on this afternoon, no Tauranga Moana. I think he lives in Pōneke now, though, but anyway, used to be in a band called, what was it called? What was the name of the band? Well, he still is a member of it.
Ka timata me te pū, ne?
Ai, ka timata. Ai, timata pai, ka timata ki te pū, ne?
Nisha Mystic.
Ai, Nisha Mystic. So, why ata koe?
Hey, my baby, hey, please don't leave me now. This bitch, the sun goes down. Yeah.
Wow. I've heard many a version of that song, but that is right up there. Really? Right up there. Kati, congratulations to our two winners, and we'll have some more giveaways later throughout the day. Kei te pai tā tātou noho ne. I want you to turn to the person sitting on your right and say, gee, you're still our tahu, and it's been 35 minutes since I said it last. Karawe, wama, karawe. Taki noho koutou, taki noho. Ka pai tamariki ma. All right, we're going to introduce our first speaker today. We've met him earlier. We know that he doesn't like gardening. That his mum's lewana bread is his most favourite kai. And also that he does a dance move called the kapai. He is the founder and director of Shoebox Christmas, shoeboxchristmas.co.nz. No konei ake, Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga te atiawa ki whakarongotai Ngāti toa rangatira e te iwi homai rā te pakipaki, founder and director of Shoebox Christmas, Pera Barrett.
Tēnā tātou. Tuia ki te rangi, tuia ki te whenua, tuia ki te ngākau, ko te menu, ko te aroha, tihei maurua. Ko rangi nui te pāpā tēnā koe, te wāmuku te whai o tēnā koe, I te whare e tū nei tēnā koe. Tēnā te huhu, te motu, haere atu rā. Rātou ki rātou, tātou ki tātou. Ki ngā kaiwhakahaere o tēnei kaupapa, o tēnei wānanga, li ko awhina, koutou ko Tesman, tēnā koutou. Ko te mea nui, ko te aroha, ko tēnei, ko te aroha, ko te aroha ki ngā rangatai, ki a koutou, ki te iwi Māori, mō reira, i mihi ana. I te papai tapu, tēnā koro, tēnā koutou. E ngā rangatai, tēnā koutou, ko i moho ana au ki tāua nānei, i tupu ana au ki konei, ki Ōtaki, mō reira kei te hariko, ki te kōrero ki konei, ki te pōkupu te ao. Ko ia ko ai au, ko Taruru te maunga, ko Ōtaki te awa, ko Kāpiti te motu, ko Rautarangi te moana, ko Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga, ko Te Atiawa ki Whakarongotai, ko Ngāti Tōranga Tira ngā iwi, ko John Barrett tōku pāpā, ko Susan Barrett tōku mama, ko Daniel tōku hōranga tira, ko Hugana taku tamaheme, ko Kahu taku tama, ko Peter Barrett tōku ingoa. Kia ora koutou. Mō taku he ati tōku reo. Mō reira te most nervous part of the kōrero. Well, no, my name is Peter Barrett. I look after a project called Shoebox Christmas, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail soon. But I guess alongside my mihi, the most important thing that I think I am, that I kind of want to talk to you all about today, is somebody who loves their life, right? Like I enjoy my life and enjoy my time. And I think that's the most important thing that anybody can try to be or strive to be. Because, you know, I enjoy my life and I enjoy my days and I enjoy my hours. And that's the only way that you get to enjoy your life. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how I prioritize those hours and how I spend them at the moment. I spend them with my whānau. Like I said, I've got a beautiful little daughter called Tuhana and a son called Kahu and a wife called Danielle. And my whānau in Ōtaki, and that's where most of my time and my love goes to. I'm a writer. I run a podcast called Paperback Gorillas for Mana Ngāti Kōrero. I'm a rapper. I'm on a couple of boards as an advisor, a couple of companies as a director. I work at BNZ, Bank of New Zealand, as a digital product owner. And like I said, I run this co-op called Shoebox Christmas. And that's not a brag list, a hungry brag list of, look at me, look at all the cool things I do. That's just a list of things that I love, right? So it's a list of things that I do because I love them. And one of the most important things that I've learned in my life is that you can design your life around the things that you love and make it into something that is spent doing things that you love. And it's not something that's necessarily obvious and not necessarily something that you learn growing up. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that, but I'm going to talk now about why I spend time thinking about how to love my life and why it's so important to me. So when I was 21, I was leaving mum and dad's in Ōtaki to drive up to Palmy, and I had a car accident. I remember stopping at BP for a coffee, and then the next thing I remember was a man in a vest touching me on the shoulder saying, "You've been in an accident, it's going to be okay." And I remember panicking because the look on his face told me that actually maybe it wasn't going to be okay. And then 3 days later, I woke up in Palmy Hospital, and I've been in a coma for 3 days. And I found out there when I was in hospital that I'd been in a head-on collision at 100k, and I'd snapped my femur, my thigh bone, crushed both my feet, punctured a lung, had some pretty serious head trauma, and a bunch of other stuff. But way worse than that, while I was in my hospital bed, I was in the room, and Dad was sitting on the bed next to me. The police arrived and knocked on the door, and he stood there and he took his hat off and he said, "Mr. Barrett, the woman in the car that you hit has passed away, and we're charging you with taking your life." So I was 21 and had just found out that I'd killed someone. And I spent the next 4 months in a hospital bed and in a wheelchair, starting to try to come to grips with that. But I've spent the rest of my life coming to grips with that as well. And it's not something that'll never stop. I'll continue trying to figure out how to do that. But since that day, I've realized that I need to proactively love my life and enjoy it in order to deal with that, in order to carry that guilt and that mamai with me that's there every morning when I get up. And I still have really bad days, and I'll have a tangi in the shower for that wahine. Her name was Lorna. She was she was the best friend of somebody. She was the wife of somebody. She had a brother. And what I've had to do is figure out how to shape my life into something that I love so much that it offsets that hurt, that guilt, that mamai. And like I said, there's kind of been a pattern to how I've done that. So that's what I want to talk about. So the ka hāpai te mauri for a minute, the shoebox Christmas kaupapa is one way that I found to do that. So hands up if you know what shoebox Christmas even is. So the basics of it is a kaupapa to deliver manaakitanga through poha, Christmas presents to kids in low socioeconomic situations. So children in need who don't receive Christmas presents. So this year in Wellington, there's 6,700 tamariki who are getting Christmas gifts through the project, and about 5,000 people who are donating those gifts. So it's quite a big amount of mahi. Like it's a big project, takes a lot of time. For some people, I'm the shoebox guy, and that's kind of what I am. I get the email saying, can someone on your team please do this, blah, blah, blah. But it's literally just me after work doing that mahi. But I didn't start doing it thinking that I'd get to the point of being able to provide that manaakitanga for nearly 7,000 children. I didn't start with a roadmap or even a plan. I just started with a problem, right? There was a problem that I knew that existed, and that was that these tamariki don't get Christmas presents, and a bunch of other stuff, right? So a bunch of these kids come to school with no lunch, no shoes, no nothing. And I grew up around, in Ōtaki, around a lot of whānau, and a similar kind of boat. Like I knew that problem, and I wanted to try and help address it. I never thought I'd be able to solve it. I just wanted to help address it. So I knew this problem, and this project and this kaupapa already existed. Like Shoebox Christmas happens overseas. People do it in other places, mostly sending gifts in koha to children in kind of third world countries and less developed places. But that problem of tamariki coming to school without and having Christmas without presents motivated me to try and do something about it, even though I didn't know how to do it. So I did try. So I set up this little kaupapa and one school in Cannons Creek, so with 80 tamariki, giving koha to them. And when I started that project, I realized that I really loved the mahi. So it was really at that point very little process. It was just talking to people, explaining that this was a problem, telling the story, and connecting them to that problem. And that's kind of all the mahi was. But once I started it, like I said, I realized that I loved it. And that feedback loop of enjoying it made me keep doing it. And so I did it again next year, and every year it's growing because every year there's been more people who want to help than there were kids at that school. So the first year, there were more than 80 people who wanted to help. So I grew it again and kind of by 1,000 each year. So this year, when there's nearly 7,000 people, it's about the 7th year that it's been running. And to get there, I needed to understand what was missing from the project. So how am I going to get to be able to reach all these, these other people who want to help? How am I going to be able to connect to them? So I ended up reaching out to a smart mate of mine called Jochen, and we built an app. I say he built it. I just kind of talked about what needs to be done, and he's smart enough to do the typing on the keyboard and do the coding. And that's kind of an important point, right? Like a lot of this corridor will be about tech. Like I don't know how to code. I just know that I have a problem that I want to fix, and I know how to talk to people who are smarter than me and know how to fix it. So Like, don't get confused and think that a career in tech or a career in IT, or whatever you want to call it, means you need to be able to code, right? There's a very much human and personal point to technology, and you need to understand that point and the problem that you're trying to solve in order to bridge that gap, right? And my career at the bank is in digital and is in IT as well, and that same skill set has got me to that job. But anyway, so with the growing of the kaupapa, every single year, one of the important things has been figuring out what people wanted to do and what wasn't able to be done at the moment in the app, and then working to get that thing built into the app. So listening to how people are using it, and then figuring out how to make that experience better. And the project is growing now to be Te Ōtaki, Maui, Taranaki, Tautahi. A friend runs it in Taranaki. Another friend runs it in Tamaki Makaurau. This year I'm starting in Hiratonga, Rotorua, a whole bunch of places. So the process works quite well. And through that process of expanding it, I realized I love that mahi. So I kept doing that. And that's a slightly different problem, but it's still a problem that motivated me to try. Once I tried, I realized I loved mahi, so I prioritized the time. And that's the pattern that kind of has come up through all of the different things that I'll talk about. Because it's a lot of time to spend doing it, right? Like I spend 8 hours a day at BNZ doing that 9 to 5 mahi, and then I come home and I do about 4 to 5 hours at the moment on this shoebox profile. But there's never been a case of doing that mahi to get the treat. It's always been trying to find the mahi that is the treat. And so for me, it's been a case of going, what's the problem that motivates me to try? When I start the mahi, I realize that I love it, and so I prioritize the time. Because since nearly losing my own life and taking the life of Lorna's, I've kind of been reminded of that fact that we all know at some point, but that's that the first blessing we all get is to be alive, right? So Lorna doesn't get to live her life at all because of me, let alone love her. So I need to try and do whatever I can to love my life. I said at the beginning that I'm a writer. I published my first book a few years ago, and it followed that exact same pattern. I just sat down and I was drawing something for my daughter, and I thought that's a cool story to tell her. It was about the world being made out of dreams, and so I thought, if I write that down, I'll be showing her also that you can be whoever you want to be. And she has the same challenges that a lot of us have, right? As Māori, we face into more challenges than a lot of other people. So I wanted to solve that problem for her. I wanted to show her that she could be whatever she could be, that she could thrive if she wanted to. And that problem motivated me to try. So I sat down and I started writing the story, and I realized, oh man, I love this mahi of writing. This is really choice. So I started geeking out on the language and figuring out how to do it. And so I prioritized the time. So I started getting up in the morning and trying to figure out how I was going to do this next bit of writing. And it followed the exact same purpose. There was a problem that motivated me to try. Once I started, I realized I loved the mahi, so I prioritized the time. I said I'm learning te reo Māori at the moment. I'm becoming that adult student that I saw at uni and used to kind of laugh at inside. Old fella coming into this stuff. And I'm doing that because that problem that I talked to about, it's a lot of us as Māori do find it harder to thrive. I want to work on that problem, and I think it'll be easier if I can speak our language better, right? If I can speak te reo Māori. So that problem motivated me to try. So I sat down and I enrolled at Te Wānanga o Aotearoa because it's an hour drive from where I stayed to Te Wānanga o Aotearoa. Otherwise I'd be here. But the being motivated to try let me realize that I love the mahi, so I prioritize the time. So now I'm doing these night classes at Te Wānanga o Aotearoa, and like I said, being an adult student that I used to laugh at, and loving it. And I shouldn't have been surprised that I'd geek out on language, because geeking out on language is kind of just what rapping is, just in a way cooler way, the coolest way, some would say. So it shouldn't have been a surprise, but I wouldn't have known if I hadn't seen that problem and been motivated to try and go and enroll at least. The podcast that I talked about, Paperback Gorillas, that's exactly the same thing. Like You know, I know that we find it harder to thrive. I know that there's a bunch of us who are out there who are thriving, and that's a story. They've all got stories and advice that they could give. So how can I help share that advice in the corridor? That problem motivated me to try. Right, I never thought I would start a podcast or enjoy sitting down and just talking for an hour. But once I was motivated enough to try it, I realized I did. It's primo. I think it these choice corridor with people, really choice tangata who are out there doing cool things. And actually, on a side note, like part of the kaupapa of that podcast is really trying to figure out what motivated you to try. I ask of these people, and for a lot of them, it is really having that person, that role model, that mentor nearby who encourages them. So that's one thing that I would encourage you all, if you're not already doing it, to look for those role models and mentors who will encourage you to try. We're not all blessed to have them around us all the time, but if you can find them, then you can go out and do that because they make a difference. And this is from people that don't know their stuff, not from me. The mahi that I do at the bank at BNZ from 9 to 5, I've been there for 16 years and had 9 jobs. And I've done the same thing that I've just talked about in each of those roles. I've been working somewhere and then I've seen a problem that looked kind of interesting, so I'll go over and have a crack at it. And if I enjoy that mahi, then I'll prioritise the time on that part of the bank. And the bank is massive, right? It's like 5,000 people who work at the bank, and they do things from being a teller or someone in the branch who most people understand to to doing my job like a digital product owner. Or being in human resources, or we've got a head of Māori business who's just been recruited. There's so many different kinds of mahi that goes on at the bank, and through that process of trying things, I've found roles that I loved that I could move into. So I've enjoyed each of those roles. It's been about 2 years, and I've loved each of them. And alongside that, I've had to deprioritize a bunch of stuff. I found a bunch of mahi that I didn't love and I didn't enjoy. And you need to be able to go through the things that you don't enjoy to find the things that you do enjoy, right? Like that list of things that I do, that's just the list of things that after trying, I loved and enjoyed and so stuck with. But there's been a bunch of things that I thought I might like that I didn't. Like I've tried to be a graphic designer, I tried to learn how to code, not brave enough, not enough of an artist to be a graphic designer. I've been a market gardener, a kayak tour guide, a bunch of different mahi, bunch of different things that I stopped doing because I didn't enjoy them. And that's how I've been able to get to the things that I did enjoy doing. Because each of those hours that I spend doing something I don't love, for each of those hours, the opportunity cost is an hour doing something that I do love, right? And those hours make up the days that make up my life. So for me to have a life that I love, I need to be able to love those hours. And so especially because of that mama that I carry and because of that hurt and guilt that I carry, it's doubly important for me to be able to do that. And for anybody else who's in that same position, who also might carry some mama or might be trying to offset or balance something that's not super fun, not super enjoyable. I hope you do the same. I hope you look around and find those problems that motivate you to try, so that you can figure out if that's mahi that you love. And if you do love it, then you can prioritize the time. Because the time right now is all that we have, right? There's no, this is the life I'm going to live. There's just the hours that you're going to spend now. The days that they make up become the life that you live. So don't sit around and wait to live a life that you think you would love. Go and find the things that you love now and do them, because they will become the life that you love. And that's how I've come to be in the position of what I call success, right? Like I've won some cool awards and some cool things that that other people think are cool, but for me, the most important thing is that I love my life and I enjoy it, because I know that I need to. So I hope you do. I hope you take the time to find the things that you love or that you might love, try them. If you do love them, keep doing them. If you don't, head quite far away and try something else, because there's a whole lot of things that you can do. And like I said, Lorna doesn't get to even live her life, let alone love it. So that's why I'll make sure that I love my life, and I hope you do too. Kia ora.
Hey, ka nui te mihi atu ki a koe, Peter. Thank you for sharing can I say, a very personal story, aspects of what you've experienced in your life, and also as a role model for our rangatahi here and your aspirations over the years and the years ahead. I just wanted to ask the rangatahi if they had one question. We've got time for one question for Pera. He pātai tā etahi o koutou, tā tētahi? Any question from the floor for Pera? Comment rānei? Any whakaaro? Yes, up the front.
What's probably the best quality to have when going to try and make your own way, own opportunities or own career paths? What's the best quality, the best thing to do in the forefront of your mind while doing that?
Kia ora, pātai. Good question. I think the like, if I talk about that process, the pattern that I followed of finding a problem that motivates you to try, figure out if you love the mahi and prioritize the time, it's that starting at the beginning, right? So being open-minded and curious enough to see the problems around you. And that can be a challenge even for those of us who might be living amongst, heaps of problems, right? Like it can be easy to think of something as normal because you see it all the time. But being open-minded enough to go, no, actually that's a problem and that's something that I'm interested in trying to solve, or at least address. Like you don't have to think that you can fix world hunger or fix child poverty or anything. Like you just need to be able to see something, be open-minded enough to see it as a problem, and then realize that that's something that you're interested in trying to solve. And there's only a few fundamental problems, right? There's just millions of ways to solve them. Being unhappy is a fundamental problem. There's 5 million ways to solve that. So if you know that it's a problem and you're motivated, you're curious enough to see it as a problem, and then motivated to try one way of fixing it, then you'll know if you like that process or that mahi of fixing it or not. And if you don't, you might just find a different type of mahi to try and fix it or address it.
Kia ora, homai no te paki, kia pera. All right, so, ko te tūmanako ia, hope you're all listening closely to the kōrero presented by Pera this morning, because ko te pātai a mātai, what is his current role? What is his mahi at the moment? He spoke about, there's got quite a few, but there's one that he spoke about. Who can tell us? Yep. Oh, so by the way, we've got a gift bag which has got quite a few gifts in here. Some jandals. Be good for the summer. Puka puka. It's also it's your favourite. Size M. Okay, so who can come and tell me Peter's current occupation? We're going to try this young man over there. Yep, you just come up here. What's your name? I can see it on there.
It's Montan.
Montan. Kia ora, Montan. And what school are you representing today?
Manawatu College.
Manawatu College. Good old Palm Vegas. All right. Tell us, Montan, what is Peter's current role?
I think it's a digital product designer. Is that correct?
Tata. Oh, sorry, Montan. Tata. Tata. Who else? His current role. Down the back there. Yep. Haramai. Oh, they're consulting each other. There we go. Kira, what's your name?
My name's Kishon.
Kishon? Yeah. Kishon. Where are you from, Kishon?
I'm from Foxton.
Foxton. Kishon, what is Peter's current role?
He works at BNZ.
Works at the BNZ. Ka pai. E tahi taringa. Ka pai tamariki mā. All right. Kia haere tonu ne. Let's introduce our next guest speaker. She is a junior software developer for Tauhoko, Trade Me, no ngā puhi, te rātu taha ona, no te motu o ngā kuki airene. Please welcome to the stage, NG Martin.
Joyce? Ka hoki ki tō maunga, kia puri ai koe i ngā hau o tā whirimātia. I te mea tuatahi ki ngā kaupapa haere mo tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou mo tō mahi, mo tēnei kaupapa hohonu ki a tā kaupapa. Tēnā koutou. Pirihia ki te paipai rangatira. He tino hi kakao mo tō korero. Ngā mihi, ngā mihi. I te taha o tōku papa, ko tautoro tōku maunga, ko punaki tere tōku awa, ko kereru tōku roto, ko mahuhu ki te rangi tōku marae, ko Ngāti rangi, rawa ko Ngāti moeroa oku hapu, ko ngā puhi nui tonu te ui. I te taha o tōku māma, ko atiu, tātou ko tongarewa, ko taiti oku motu. No tautoro, rawa ko kuku arani ahau. Ko ai au, ko Inji Mātene tōku ingoa. Nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora koutou. My name is Inji Mātene, and I was born in Porirua, raised in Wellington with my whānau, and I am so grateful to be here to speak to you all today. You know, funnily enough, it was 3 years ago, October 2017, where I made the decision to stop the career I was in and start down the path of learning software development. You know, it was a new career, fully immersed in building, developing, and designing technology. So being invited here today has given me an opportunity to reflect pretty much on my journey so far, and trust me, it's been a great time. It's been a moment for me to stop and reflect, and that isn't something I get the chance enough to do. And so, in my hindsight, I hope to bring to you today 3 life lessons that brought me to a career in technology, and a wero, a challenge. One that I've learned since taking my first few steps into our hangara mamatu. Now, to better understand my first life lesson, I want to take you back to a young 17-year-old Inji, the first in my whānau to finish school with university entrance. I was being told the world is your oyster. You can be whatever you want to be. The opportunities are endless. And guess what? I freaked out. I was so overwhelmed with all the opportunities that I had in front of me and the weights, the expectations of people around me. I had no idea what I wanted to do. Nada. And so I did what all the other people around me were doing, and I enrolled for university. I enrolled to go to Victoria Uni. 3 months in, I left. I left because it wasn't right for me. I started thinking I was a failure. Imposter. See, told you couldn't do it. All that kupu was going on in my head at the time. Looking back now, I know I learn best when I have the chance to learn and put it into practice. And good one, Angie, you signed up for a theoretical course. So I realized I should take the time to figure out what it is that I want to do. And so I changed tracks and I decided I'm going to go get a job. I'm going to learn all that I can in that job whilst I figure out what it is that I want to do. And so this brings me to my first life lesson. Whawhia tō kete mātauranga. If you're not sure on what you want to do, start by filling your kete with skills and knowledge. Over the next decade of my life, I focused on filling my kete with all the skills and knowledge that I could in the different jobs that I was in. I worked at the $2 shop. I was a bartender, an office worker at Ministry of Education, our sponsors for today. I worked in contact centres. I was a manager. These were some of the different jobs in Aotearoa and in Melbourne, Australia that I worked in, and I went hard filling my kete. And the exciting part, I got to choose what to learn. There was no one telling me. Now, across the years, as I was walking the talk of Life Lesson 1, happily filling my kete, I noticed something. Technology was consistently popping up across all the different jobs that I was in. From the software that's used in the tills in shops and cafes, through to going to work and using a computer every day. Technology really is woven into everything, every aspect of our lives now. And I happen to have a bit of a knack for figuring out new tech, and I happen to be a bit of a tutu. So I started to ask myself the question, if tech is the future, what does that future look like for me and my whānau? And here's what I come to realize. We are the users of tech, but we are not the builders. We are not the builders who influence the way we use tech. Now let me break this down for us for a little bit. Let's take our phones, for example. I download an app that I want to use. Let's say it's Facebook. I know it comes pre-installed these days, but for the sake of the example, Facebook. I log into my account and I start using the app on my phone for a couple of days. Sweet, I got the hang of this. Then I log in on a different day. Hold the phone, there's a new menu. Okay, they've added some new icons. All right, I'm going to check out these changes. It's easy, and I continue on with my day. Another day, another update, another change. We adapt and we learn how to use those new changes. This cycle is constantly on repeat. I'm pretty sure those of us who have a phone are familiar with this. So whether it's Facebook, TikTok, insert app here, as a user of technology, we have no control over what stays and what goes. With each new release, it is the people who build the tech that are influencing how we use them. So with this in mind, again, I ask, if tech is the future, what does that future look like for me and my whānau? And the answer is, there are no tech builders in my whānau. No one yet who we know and trust having a say in how tech is being built and the impact certain changes will have on our lives. I look at my nieces and nephews, the future of my family. And it's with them in mind that I decided I need to become a builder of tech. Better known as a web, mobile, or software developer. We'll call them developers for short. So after years of filling my kete, I finally figured out what I want to do. I want to be a developer. And this brings me to life lesson number 2. Live by example. By becoming a software developer, I hope to live by example for my family. I hope by taking on this journey, I can shine a light on a pathway into tech for my whānau and maybe others to become the builders of tech, to help influence how technology is being built for the betterment of our whānau and our people. Hoping that the future of my whānau can see if Auntie can do it, surely I can. And they're absolutely right. Because the truth is, e wama, there are not many Māori working in technical roles in technology at the moment. I went looking for information to share with you all today that shows what I see and feel every day at work, that there aren't many, if any, Māori developers. And guess what I found? Kore. No data. Nothing within the last 5 years that highlights what we know to be true, and that is we need more Māori working in tech. We need more Māori building tech. Making sure we're in the room creating these changes to everyday applications that are influencing so much of our lives. Because if we aren't, who is? And what are their intentions? So they got pretty deep pretty quickly, sorry. And I know that's really heavy to sit with, everyone, but it isn't all doom and gloom. It's not. I have hope because of events like today. I have hope because of a few other Māori, not just myself, who are here paving the way for you, our rangatahi, to help show you a path into technology that is fun, that is fulfilling, and most of all, that is a necessary part of our future. When I decided to become a software developer, it didn't, or should I say, it doesn't happen overnight. No, it doesn't happen that way, Informa. It ain't that easy. But rather than get overwhelmed again, I came to realize my third life lesson. And that is, pick one thing I can do today to make one day a reality. Have you ever heard somebody say, one day when I win lotto, I will blah, 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 blah. Or one day when I have the time, I will blah, 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 blah. Oh, I hate that stuff. If I ever catch myself or my friends using a phrase like that, I'll always correct myself and ask, what is one thing I can do today that can make one day a reality? And I do it. No waiting, no asking for permission. I find the easiest thing I can do and I do it. I Googled learning how to become a software developer. I looked for study options in Aotearoa. We all know how my last stint at uni went, so I looked for another way to study. And I came across Inspiral Dev Academy. Next small thing was to apply to enroll. Next, schedule a meeting with the kaiako. You see, it wasn't just the decision to become a software developer that got me into the room. It was the small steps, the small daily tasks, relearning maths at 30. You know? Saving enough money to study without needing a student loan. These small tasks worked on day by day is what helped me get to where I am today. A junior developer, a junior software developer training. So now that I've shared with you all what got me to today, what do I hope to achieve in the future? Well, in 3 years, and hold me to this, whanau, I will start my own tech company, He Tangata Tech Solutions, where my team and I will not only build effective and efficient pieces of technology, but where we educate our customers on how to care for and maintain the solutions we build for them. Where I'll be in a position to literally create opportunities for whānau and all who want to launch themselves into tech. So putting into practice my life lessons I'm sharing with you today is what will help me level up on my dream of becoming a software developer and start my own tech company in Aotearoa. And why do I do it? For me, it's my whānau. It's for the future generation of our Māori who want to venture into tech. So I'll continue filling my kete, For now, with the knowledge and experience that the awesome New Zealand tech company Trade Me offers, I will do my best to live by example for my whānau. And so, to close my speech today, I have a challenge, a riddle for you. One day, what do you hope to be? One day, what do you hope to achieve? I challenge you to pick one thing you can do today to make your one day become a reality for you. Do it. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Homai no te paki paki. Come on. Akati. We're going to head straight to our next speaker, the kai kōrero tuatoru e te whānau. And just a reminder that ane ngā whakaritinga mo tēnei rā, whai muri mai I te kai kōrero e whai ake nei, so following Evan's kōrero, we'll have about a 5-minute break. Ne? Pai e tāku tau puta atu kia pūrea e te hau. See what I did there? And then, of course, we have our other guest speakers this afternoon. We have Kay Marie Dunn, Te Awanui Reader, and Mr. Kiwa Hammond. Ako mahi anō rā, we'll have a bit of a warm-up session with them, and then, of course, they'll present their own presentations. And then we also have this an opportunity for you to go and visit the rangatahi zone. Hands up if you're rangatahi. I think quite a few hands should be going up, just quietly. Whether or not you want to be a rangatahi is another thing, or you might be a rangatira. Yeah. Who's a rangatira? Yes, ka pai. All right, and then we have some workshop sessions later on this afternoon at about 1:30. Oh, by the way, there will be a break for lunch. Kei te kai e tahi? Kare kore. And then we got the workshops, and then we'll wrap things up later on this afternoon. Hei te takiwa o te toru karaka. Ne? Karakia whakamutia. Ka pai. I want you to turn to the person sitting on your left and say, you're just as ātahu as the one on my right. Ka pai. Thank you. Kia ora mano tātou. Back to the show. Here we go. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage our next speaker. Of course, we met him earlier, Evan Wilson. No Ngāti Kahungunu, me tūhoi. Evan is the head of data innovation at Curious, New Zealand's leading data and is it our company? A1 company? Analytics company, there it is, analytics company. He is responsible for the R&D teams that create repeatable data-centric solutions to industry problems. Evan also retains critical consulting roles to stay in touch with the fast-moving industry and has extensive experience delivering strategies and pragmatic solutions to address business problems and unlock opportunities using data. He's passionate about supporting young analytics talent, which I'm sure there are many here today, Evan, potential. Evan also manages Curious Intern program to provide real-world experience to aspiring data enthusiasts right here in Aotearoa. Please welcome Mr. Evan Wilson.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko whakapanaki te maunga, ko waro te awa, ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi, ko Hurumo te marae, ko Evan Wilson Takawenga. I'll crack straight into it because I know you want to get to your kai and get you there on time. A bit about me and how I got into tech. As a young fellow, grew up on a grandparents' farm and went up there every school holidays. Heaps to do on the old farm, but I was the guy who took up the old computer games and sat inside on the sunny days playing the old spaceys. And then just sort of carried on my interest in computer games and thought, oh, it'd be cool to learn how to try and build my own game. You had to be pretty smart to do that, and I wasn't quite smart enough, but I sort of followed this interest in tech all the way through to university and had a go at coding. Not as smart as Angie over here. Our Asian brothers are pretty good at that. So what they did back in the day, they'd code hard out and it wasn't good enough, so they'd print it out, chuck it in the bin. I'd pick it up out of the bin, type it in. Wasn't going to get me an A, but it got me a pass. But you know, as Peter said, there's lots of other jobs in tech. It's not just coding. And I was lucky enough to sort of find some other jobs and stay in some of those things for about 20 years. So what I want to tell you about today is how we see some of the recent changes in technology and especially data. It's a big thing, so I'll tell you a bit about that and show you some of the cool things that we're doing with it at the moment, and hopefully you agree, oh yeah, this data thing is kind of cool. And then try and hopefully get you to understand why you should consider a role in this space and why we actually want you. We really do. So here's a lot of words, but it's some really sort of important people who've laid out the progression of technology over the years. So we've got the internet there starting in 2000s, then with the mobile and mobile phones and all that. And then it all moved into cloud. Cloud's everywhere now, but now as we are at today, data and AI is the next big thing. And you've got the head of Google there saying AI is more important than fire and electricity. That's a big call. And so AI is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is driven by data and technology. And we've got another guy here saying it's difficult to think of an industry that exists now that AI won't transform. And so here's an example. This is a self-driving car, how a self-driving car sees the world. These things are for real, running around in the US right now. And as a human, when you drive, you can only focus on one thing. But you can see a machine is able to focus on everything. See all of those things? And that's all data. So the machines can drive better than humans. They don't text while they're driving. They don't fall asleep. They don't get lazy. They don't look at the people on the sidewalk. They can see everything. So there's 2 million jobs right now driving in the US. What's going to happen to those 2 million people 10 years from now? You think taxi drivers, courier drivers, truck drivers, there's going to be far, far fewer of those in the future. And we had Jacinda before say technology is going to disrupt a lot of jobs and we need to sort of move into that space. You can see why. Here's another guy taking my dancing gig. And so these are a combination of that AI and robots. And this character, he's going to do a bunch of building, and he's of course going to be a better builder than you or I, because he's going to work 24 hours a day. He's not even going to stop for Kai. He's not going to have a holiday. Even animals will be out of jobs. You might not even need the old hunting dogs. You've got these guys running around. So this is what we mean by technology, data, and AI is disrupting industries. You can imagine it when these guys come along and they do all these other jobs better than us. There'll still be a lot of jobs that need humans. So jobs where you need sort of compassion and caring, if you're into nursing or anything like that, great. But there's a whole lot of jobs that won't exist. The other jobs that will exist to replace those will be the people teaching these things what to do. And that's going to be in tech. And we need you guys to do that, because we want these things to be responsible, to look after our land and our people. And there's no better people on earth at doing that than Māori. Another couple of facts about technology. 91 grand is the average income for a mid-level sort of tech person. So it's one of the highest paid industries in the country. It's one of the fastest growing industries as well. At some point it will be the highest paid and still growing. And we can't find people to fill these jobs. You see there 57% of businesses reported having difficulty filling roles paying this much money. So there's a real opportunity for you all in this space. It's only going to get bigger over the next 5, 10 years. But if we rewind it back to data, what is this data stuff? Well, it's pretty simple. Those self-driving cars and the robots are built off just basic data. It starts like this. Data is just words and numbers that describe things. So all those people walking around the roads, they're just translated into words and numbers that the machine figures out. So data is pretty basic, and anyone who's used Google Sheets or Excel, you've already started on this journey. So just keep going, keep going. Data's in a whole lot of things. You can see everything that happens in and around on a rugby field here is data. So there's a couple of tackles there. Everyone who enters the ruck, there's new data. Another pass. It's all data. I'm going to show you how the All Blacks use data. Hopefully you think it's kind of cool. So here's just a short clip of the Rugby World Cup final. You can watch the whole thing and figure out what's going on, but it's all translated into data. And so we can look at a player, Sonny Bill, 4 ball carries in the World Cup, finally came on as a sub, so I just did a few things. And you can see everything that everyone did in the game, all just in one table. If we want to look at his 3 offloads in the World Cup final, you can click that, and here we are. There's number 1. Here's number 2. So you can sort of see how this works, right? It's a lot quicker than watching all the video. And then number 3. So that's the real life just being turned into data, and now it's being used in some pretty interesting ways to analyze games. So that's how they go back and analyze games these days. All professional teams have this sort of technology, and it's pretty basic, but it's a bit hard to see patterns. And these are the sorts of patterns that are interesting. This is a whole year almost of games played by Australia, and there are 45 kicks where they kicked it up in the air and tried to get the ball back. It's a lot of video watching, but now it's all just data on a screen. And that's kind of interesting. You see some patterns, right? You see patterns. Well, they don't do it on the left-hand side of the field. They're doing something else. So when they're kicking it up there, it's only on the right. So now you know that there's a clear pattern. And so the All Blacks know that when they go and play against those guys and set up accordingly. It's even more interesting when you compare that to South Africa over the same number of games. 164 times they boot the bejesus out of the ball. And some patterns there as well. So now we've gone from looking at hours and hours and hours of video to find these patterns. Now you've seen it in just a few seconds. And so we created this stuff for the 2015 Rugby World Cup. We only had a couple of analysts because we had the computer doing all the work. Other teams had dozens of those patterns. We've just done it using some graphs. Here's another pattern. These are all Dan Carter's goal kicks in the Super Rugby tournament leading up to the 2015 World Cup. The blues he got, the yellows he missed, and you see at the top there, think, oh, that's a little bit interesting. If we zoom right in and look at, say, well, what did the last 4 years of all of his kicks at goal look like? These are all of his goal kicks for 4 years. And there's a couple of patterns there. There, in those areas, he's missing 2/3 of his kicks at goal. Where they thought they needed a kick from. But knowing this, they can put some cones on the field and say, mate, you need a kick from here. Because, look, you're missing them quite a bit. And actually, one of those spots a bit closer in is, it's actually not that hard when you see it on video. So they saw the data, saw the patterns, put the cones on the ground, have a go from there. Now we're into the World Cup. Here's a semi-final. Here's one of those kicks where there, we only won this thing by 2 points. So that is a blimmin' important kick. Now you cruise through to the final. It's the big dance. So the final. This is that sort of. See, it doesn't look that hard from there, and you normally wouldn't practice from there. But it's 0-0 in the World Cup final. You need to get those. So there's one. Here's another look, 3-3 early on. That's that spot. Well, we've seen the data, seen the patterns, put the cones on the ground, pays off at the end. So that's some cool stuff we're doing with data. We built that system for them back in 2015. And we also measure everything. You saw before all those guys coming in, there's a lot of stuff. Everything that happens in and around the ball gets points, depending on how good they do. And at the end of the season, you can say, okay, look, who's the best player in any position, in any competition in the world. And then you can see there's a couple of good guys at the top there. And it's probably no coincidence that they're both playing now because they're that far better than the next one. Did a similar thing for the cricketers for the World Cup last year. Didn't quite win that one, but got pretty close. Cricket's, man, it's even longer, right? There's days and days and days of video. This is looking at Virat Kohli, the best batter in the world. In New Zealand conditions, which is anywhere in New Zealand, Australia, England, South Africa, he averages 94 against our sort of bowlers, 94. That bit on the left, though, that pitch is where you bowl it if he doesn't get any runs or he gets out. Last summer they came out here, he averaged 23. You see, there's a heat map on the pitch, that's where you need to put all your fielders and that's where you need to bowl them. He averaged 23 and we beat them 3-0 in the one-day series. It's the first time they haven't won a game in a series in 32 years. Another little graphic here, we've got the machines pouring through everything. There's one of the opening batters. Sort of, you can see just under his eyes, there's a line of sort of weakness there, the green bits. The computer's saying, hey, look, just put the ball there. So what you do is you can go from that, go and grab all of the video clips from around the world, build up a little bit of a playlist, similar to before, download that, send that through to the players and coaches and say, hey, for this guy, computer says you should just sort of bowl it there. And here's why. Here's why, right? He doesn't really like it there. Like anywhere else, he'll hit you all over the shop. You'll get hundreds and hundreds of runs, but just in that point, put it there. Yeah, shake it down, Nathan. He's a good player. So that's how we're using data, and it's pretty interesting. This is completely different stories. It's not how we're using data in sport to try and win World Cups. Here we're looking for Kiwi. And how you look for Kiwi and how you count them and how you figure out where they are and we need to protect. is they stick microphones in the forest. They only come out at night, so they record the sound at night time, and then they have people listening out for kiwi. Now that's going to take someone a whole day to listen out for, and you can't have that many microphones around because you don't have that many people to listen out. So just last year we trained a machine to do it. The machine, and this is the AI, turned the sound into a picture. And you can see the picture of a kiwi call is there on the left, and the other ones are not kiwi. So here's a kiwi in captivity. It sounds, you might be able to get that, but in the wild it's like that. There was actually a really faint kiwi in the background, and that's an example of where the computer picked it up and the experts had missed it because they're listening to this sound and it's really noisy, and they just missed it because it's really faint in the background. So they didn't think there was a kiwi there, but the computer found it. So now that they've got a computer doing this, how many microphones can we have out there? How many more kiwi can we find? How many more can we protect? So this text, just you can think of probably 1,000 things you can put this to, but we don't have enough people to figure out what we're going to put it to. So that's why we need you guys to get involved in this sort of stuff. And I'll show you how it's not that difficult to get started. This is a pretty cool visualization of a lot of data relating to COVID. The dude that built this, he gets paid $140 an hour. If you do that full-time for a year, it's over $250,000. The Prime Minister gets paid $400,000 a year, and she works a lot of hours. This dude would earn more money per hour than the Prime Minister for making this. And I'll show you how you can make this. So if we zoom in to just one bit there on the bottom left, looks a bit like this. Here is, click the play button here. This is the program you use to build it. Here we're using data for netballers. This is all of our silver ferns, and we're going to try and make something pretty similar. So there's the graph, and we're going to change it to sort, what is it, contact penalties by team. So that's how easy it is to build a graph. Now we're going to throw some information into a table, and we're going to throw some data labels on it. So, you know, we're not coding here. It's not the stuff that I really struggled with at university. I reckon anyone can do this. And now we're going to add another table and do a similar thing. Throw some of those data labels on there, change the color. It's pretty easy, right? And then we just arrange it around a little bit. So just the data, this is showing most intercepts, Karen Berger, it's like she's down the silver ferns, I suppose. Most penalties, it's a British lady, and probably an Aussie. And so now we've got a visualization that looks, so that was the one that this dude's paid $140 an hour. And that's the one that was built in just a minute. I think it was a minute, you saw the video. And you can do that, I'm sure you can. So one of my roles is looking for interns. We've got, I think, there are third or fourth, one of the largest intern programs in New Zealand. We're bringing on 11 people in just a couple of weeks. We had 200 and something applicants for those roles. 0 Māori Pacific. It's terrible. And so we've got all these other people doing all the stuff to, you know, look after our country and our people and earning all this money, and not many of us are doing it. So I'm here to ask you to all show an interest. I think you can do it, and we'd absolutely love to have you in the industry. So here's a group of people, Māori tech people in Chicago. We'd love you to join us one day. So put in the mahi, sure, but find something you're interested in. There'll be data out there, and just progress slowly from this sort of theme of just do one thing a day. Stick at it, and hopefully in a few years I see you all apply, and I get to give you a job with us. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thanks very much, Evan. Fascinating job. We've got time for one question. Who's got a quick partai for Evan? Yes, comment. Yep.
What are the risks associated to Māori not getting involved in these industries? What kind of background will that give us?
The risks to Māori not getting involved in this industries. So as these algorithms get more and more powerful, they're going to make a lot of really important decisions. And already there are algorithms in government agencies that determine what sort of service you get. And if Māori are not involved in building those algorithms may not, they try really hard, but they may not reflect our values, and they may not be trying to do the best thing for our people and our land. So that for me is a big risk, and that's one of the key reasons I'm here to ask you guys to get involved, because we're going to need you to do that role, to make sure that the algorithms of the future, the machines of the future, serve our people, our values, our land.
Thank you very much. All right, as I promised you earlier, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Lima minute, okay? Please come back at 5 minutes time. At 11:20, we will kick off into part 2 of our sessions. Ka pai? Ka pai. See you in 5.
Catch up with you later.
Yeah, I do want to. I just want
This question is beginning one of the biggest reasons abandonment.
You don't know what to do.
How's the
Cheers.
Hai kōrero whakamutunga, Kiwa Hammond.
Try and get this mic working here.
There we go.
Kia ora wātu koutou. As per this morning, we're going to have a bit of a quick fire round with them, just to kind of warm them up and warm up the whare. Here we go. So we'll start with you, Timata mai a koe e te whanaunga kiwa. Ko taua pātai anō rāna. O pukenga kore takera wātu. O ngā pukenga katoa, mā tonu e whiriwhiri ko tehia te pukenga mutunga mai o te kore take. So I'm asking Kiwa, what is the most useless talent he possesses?
Trivial pursuits. My sister and I, we sit there and we come up with the most inane bits of knowledge, and it drives my head crazy because we just sit there and we talk about all this stuff and she's like, going, how is that relevant to anything? We're like, we don't know, we don't care, we just enjoy this.
Ka pai, tēnā koe Kiwa. Awa, tēnā koe brother.
Tēnā koe.
What's the most useless talent you have and you can't say sing?
I think the most useless is speaking because I'm first. I think my, I don't know, I'm not very, what I know.
Are you a good cook? Can you cook? You're a great cook. Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, Lomsy is happy. She's a lucky girl. I think that my most, let me put it this way, I don't do anything I'm useless at. I just focus on the things I'm good at. And that keeps me pretty good.
Oh. Tēnā koe awa. Hey, Marie?
I think the skill I'm most useless at is actually shutting power and opening kinda cleanly. I'm really terrible at that. And I'm a pretty dreadful housekeeper, to be honest. Probably straight up, not, yeah. And so, like my brother here, I'm really lucky I've got an awesome partner that helped me to do those things. But it's something that I had to learn. Actually, sorry, to be straight as well, I don't drive. And yeah, I don't drive, so I've only just started to get my driver's license and started to drive now. And but I realised that in order for me to get around and do more things, it's important for me to get my driver's license.
Kia ora. Hold on to the mic there, Cameron. In that very small amount of time, that 30 seconds that Cameron gave us her answer, I could feel her passion and her drive. Ruare ana te waha, salivating here, right here. Okay, hey Marie?
I love real iwana with the potato bag, but sliced, covered with butter-like cheese, put in the microwave for 30 seconds, drenched with butter, creamy, so anyway.
Kapai? Yep, I'm just a plain old riwana toasted with poached eggs. All right. Couple more questions. Kiwa. Oh, is that over? Kiwa. If you could win a gold medal at the Olympics, what would it be for?
I'm looking forward to these here. I have to say that if I could win a gold medal, it's for me to be one arm in the sling, being able to come like this. If I think I'm the sling, I should have been there. That would be the gold medal. If I could win it, I would be my third finalist.
I think I would probably get gold medal for the greatest cheerleader. Who's going to tell us what he is it obvious?
I reckon I would get a gold medal for being the best dad.
No. No. Kapai, okay. Kapai, because Awa still got the mic, we'll keep it with Awa, and because he did say earlier that he's a bit of a mean chef or good in the kitchen.
Yes.
How tall tin or signature dish?
Oh, I would say my signature dish would either be a really nice tikka masala. I'm a big fan of spice. Or else I think I make a good chop suey.
Oh, yeah.
And my missus told me that she's Samoan and she's basically just drinking all of their favorite. So I can cook it all.
Can't all wet. Okay, Marie?
Oh man. I think I make a pretty good roast chicken. Roast chicken and vegetables, relatively straightforward, but it's one dish. And then my other dish that I used to make, but I don't make so much anymore, is half shell mussels with chili sauce, garlic, and melted cheese.
Yes.
Winner, chicken dinner. Kiwa, no pressure. Yes.
But not your average cream power. Not your average power of cream. It's a recipe that my wife's people told me. I don't want to put any code. But let's just say it's taking whole power, a lot of tenderizing, frying, and then marinating in whole lot of cream, and then baking it, and it's still whole and it's tender and beautiful. I only cook this meal once every 10 years because it kills me. And I did it for my brother's birthday just recently. And it was cute. And it was
What was it? How to move?
It's a whole power sensation. So listen.
Do you eat the pewa? Kapai. Pātai whakamutunga. Pork bones, bacon bones, lane. In the boiler. Pork bones, bacon bones. With puha. Pork bones, kapai. Awa. Pork bones, Cameroon. Kapai. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you. We'll move now to each of our kai kōrerors presentations. And first up we have, well, ladies before gentlemen, so Kay Marie is up next. Hei tāna, she is the Managing Director of Making Everything Achievable no Te Rarawa, ngā puhi, ngai te rangi koe anake, atahu te raingoa, Ngāti Mahanga, ngai tā manuhiri, eki. Te rapea wharaunga tāu, thank you mate. Kermit never talked about its own sweetness, but we'll not. Yeah. Oh, tāu tō whānau. Hei tāna, it takes a lot of patience, dedication and hard work to reach the top of one's profession, and it is challenging to maintain that position. Take for instance tech entrepreneur Kay Marie Dunn, who resides in Wainuamata, Wellington, who has been working in the realm of Māori and community development for over 18 years. More than her role as tech entrepreneur, Kay Marie is fascinated with whānau, community and technology. Her career has spanned child, youth and family, the Department of Labour, the Māori Land Court, New Zealand Māori Tourism and community housing. And she has recently been involved in social enterprise development, governance training and whānau order facilitation and planning, particularly with hard to reach families. Amongst her long list of achievements, she's become a member of the board of New Zealand Tech, Te Paipai Arahi, a kaupapa Māori mental health provider here in Lower Hutt, Parakore Charitable Trust, the North Hokianga Development Trust, and a current Sir Edmund Hillary Fellow. Kay Marie was previously one of the Wellington representatives on the New Zealand Māori Council for 3 years. E te iwi paki mai, anei a Kay Marie.
Well, kia ora everyone. Just before I start, just want to get a feel for who's in the room and just checking in who here is from the Manawatu or kura from the Manawatu. Awesome. Kia ora koutou. What about the local kura here from Ōtaki? Cool. Anyone further afield like Wellington or anywhere else? Actually coming here today, it's the first time I've ever had the opportunity to speak here at Te Wānanga Orokawa. But tuatahi he mihi kaatu kia koutou. I te taha o tōku pāpā he uri tēnei no hokianga, no tētahi wāhi a tāhua ko Pangaru, ko tōku hapu ko Ngāti Manua, ko tōku iwi ko Te Rarawa, tōku karani pāpā he uri ia no Te Roroa, Ngāti Kahu me ngā puhi nui tonu, ko tōna ingoa tuarua o te whānau Dan, tōku māma, tōna whaia no Ngāti Mahanga no Whatawhata, tōna pāpā he pohatu no Muriwai, engari, i tipu aki ahau ki raro i te maru o Ngāti Kauwhata, ki te tonga, Ngāti Puki ahu waiwai, tēnā tātou katoa, ko Kay Marie tōku ingoa. So yeah, I'm semi-local. I'm from Friendly Fielding, where I grew up there. And the first part of my story is 40 years today I was born. And that's me, that's that little baby. And that lovely gentleman holding me is Father Haring. He's a well-known Catholic priest. But pretty amazing because he could speak fluent te reo Māori and was well known with our whānau in the Hokianga in the north. My actual birth name is Teresa Jane Dunn, and the woman on my left here, in that pink jersey, her name was Teresa. Right to the other side, her name is Jane, and then that's my mum. Her name was Kahuturoa. And that's my dad, that's Mita Dunn Senior, and my older brother, Mita Desmond Dunn. And not too far after this is a 6-month-old baby. My mother passed away, and so she's buried in Whatawhata. And so I was then whāngai to her sister, and her name was Miriana. Miriana's first husband was a Dewey, and that's how we ended up landing in Fielding. But in the same year as my mother passing away, so did her first husband. And then basically she was a mother with children, a little baby, and finally met this lovely man. His name was Paho Arapere. Paho was my stepfather, and his whānau were from Fielding. And why it's awesome for me to do kōrero like this is it gives me an opportunity to reconnect and remember my parents. They've been passed away for some time, but they influenced me in many ways. Because the first photo that I showed you was of my father. I didn't actually get to see my father again until I was 23 years of age. And actually I didn't get to know any of my other side of my whānau until I was 23. So that's a long time. So Paho and his whānau in Tokorangi, Haupata Te Marae, and the whānau from Kowhata were those that I learned how to be a Māori. The other cool thing about my stepfather was he was a freezing worker and he was a unionist, which meant that from a young age I had to go to lots of boring meetings, which I thought as a kid. I don't know if any of you get dragged to whānau or to land meetings and other hui and have to sit in the background. I didn't realise that that was training at that time, but it was challenging, but I was picking up a lot of things from a young age. I was also quite lucky because my mum was a stay-at-home mum my whole life. And basically my whānau were very passionate about education. My stepfather was of the generation, both of them actually were of the generation 1935, they were born 1935, 1936. So during the 40s and 50s, being Māori was definitely not cool. Being Pākehā was the way that they had to survive. So unfortunately they didn't have te reo Māori or many of the gifts that we have accessible today. But what they did have, especially my stepfather, was an excellent work ethic and a passion for the marae, and was one of those kaimahi that helped build the marae, build the evolution blocks, was the digger of the graves and things like that. And so I really appreciate and honour my parents for them giving me the opportunities that they did in life. But this is where I grew up, in Friendly Fielding. If you all know that structure, the clock tower. Challenger growing up in Friendly Fielding, it is known for being one of the most beautiful towns in Aotearoa, but it also has the greatest number of pubs every corner or something like that. That was one of the, and the other interesting factoid about Fielding is that we have the largest sales yards in the Southern Hemisphere. But actually growing up in that community, it was very racist and it was very hard being Māori, and actually Māori communities were pretty much invisible where we were growing up. But I also just again pay homage to Aorangi Marae and the whānau there. Lots of fun times there, but just acknowledging them. And because this is a hui of, elevating Māui hangaro and the potential of Māui, I kind of think of myself sometimes as a little bit of a Māui. I'm the youngest of 11 children on my mother's side. Unfortunately, one of my sisters passed away last year. But being young and having a 10 to 12 year gap between me and my next sibling was pretty challenging, if you can imagine, trying to have a voice, but also scrambling for a voice in a big whānau like this. But we definitely are licorice all sorts, and again, I'm very lucky to acknowledge my whānau for the love that they've given me as a young person. So one of the questions we had to ask were, who influenced you? So yes, my parents, my family, but also my kaiako at school. And one of our teachers was an amazing man called Bill Hohepa. He was from Waima in the north, and he was a loving yet stern teacher. Yep, so again, really appreciated him. And one of my other kaiako was Mehana Dury, and he was a caring and nurturing teacher. And I mention these two kaiako because if I think about the momo or the characteristics that help grow you as rangatahi, is having somebody that cares about you, really genuinely cares about you and wants the best for you. And I think that's really important in helping shape the decisions that we make. The other key people that have influenced me a great deal have been my friends. So I understand that there's a point in our lives when our parents are no longer as important, but our mete, our brothers, our sisters are. And friendship and the support of friends is so important for our ups and downs in life. So I mihi to my mates because at about the age of 18, I got kicked out of home. I didn't want to go to school. I was much more interested in smoking drugs and drinking a lot of alcohol. And it was my mates that actually kicked my ass to go to school, made my lunch, drove me to school, made sure I kept my job when I definitely didn't want to. And it was because of my friends that I was able to get university entrance that year. And they were passionate about supporting me because I was the last one of our friends that was still at school. I was the only one that made it to 7th form, and probably only one of about 5 of us that made it to 7th form at Fielding Agricultural High School at the time. And then, of course, there's my whānau. So my brother is my business partner. His name is Mita, or Mita, and that's also my beautiful nephew, no Orongomau, and he is from Kikopiri as well. So his mother is a Kuiti. So local here too, and part and parcel of my wife. Mihi te kiwa, because I'm a Victoria University old girl, I couldn't wait to get out of Fielding, but acknowledge Kiwa because he was one of our kaiako, one of my kapahaka tutors, and funny about you talking about Trivial Pursuit because he's an absolute fact-doing nerd and it all makes sense. The brilliant thing about going to Victoria was being exposed to brilliant thinkers and also activism as well. So I was really sheltered in Fielding, but kind of being in the big smoke of Wellington, I was definitely politicised early and exposed to a lot of really, really interesting people and humans. As was mentioned earlier, I've done some stuff. I've worked at some places. But I've also been a cleaner. I've worked in cafes, and also I was a shoe shiner on Langton Quay as a student. And one of those jobs, in that job, sorry, I had to wear like some devil horns and I had a pitchfork, and I had to like kind of persuade people to come and get their shoe shined in Langton Quay. And my message there is that, you know, whatever mahi that you do, put your best foot forward because, you know, that's not your end point, right? It's just an opportunity for you to grow. So even as a shoe shiner and a cleaner, I learned a lot. But throughout my life, I have been really passionate about Māori development, whānau development, and people development. So the next question I had to answer was, through your highs and your lows of life, what was it that got you through? And I think the truth is that life is never a straight line. It's basically more like the second one, which is it's a lot of squiggles and it's messy and there's lots of ups and downs. And I don't have like a nice bungled response to say this is how you survive life. I think in truth, being Māori, being born Māori, we are immediately political. And within that politicised life, we also have been impacted by colonisation. We've all been impacted by trauma. So we have a whole lot of stuff that makes that squiggle a lot more trickier for us to navigate. So part and parcel of the things that have really helped me through life has been a commitment to growing my mind, being around really positive, uplifting people, but a complete and utter dedication to trying to rid myself of limiting beliefs that prevent me from getting through things. And that's not easy. That's not easy. That takes a lot of work because where it's painful is where the healing's needed. And that's something that I have to do every day. So, yeah, I've done some things. And then I kind of landed in this space of technology. And as Inge mentioned earlier, most of our people are users of technology, but very rarely are we deemed creators of. And one of the things for me in regards to why I think technology is important for you to consider is that it plays a role in so many facets of our life, but we also must make sure that this is not our life. I don't know how many of us are always stuck on our phones, or that it's at the dinner table, or this is how we relate or connect with each other. And so technology plays a role, but it shouldn't be all encompassing of us. However, as Māori, we can play a significant role in helping to design and create technology that has a bit of us inside of it. So someone that really inspired me to kind of move into this space was a guy called Dan Walker. And one of the questions that he posed in another hui that I was at was, what would it be like if artificial intelligence or technology was conscious? And if it was conscious, what would it look like or be like if it thought like a Māori? And I mean, that's pretty tricky, that's subjective, right? Because, you know, how do you think like a Māori? So take it a step further, which is, what if you designed it with ngā wāru Māori? So I guess the most idealized version of who we want to become, our aspirations of the very best versions of ourselves, what would that look like? Especially when we're thinking about our connection to Papatūānuku, our relationships, our consideration for whakapapa, where we've come from, and so how does that actually influence and impact technology? I then kicked off into a space, I don't know if many of you have heard of cryptocurrency. Hands up if you've heard of Bitcoin. Awesome. If you can, it's not my advice, just a suggestion, explore crypto as something to invest in or research, as an asset class or something that could be useful to you and your whānau. But be very mindful, be very, very mindful, don't get caught up in some of the scams that are going on out there at the moment. But I started off exploring a technology called blockchain. And blockchain was interesting to me because I recognized that that could be a technology that could pretty much transform the world. And if it transformed the world, what role would we as Māori have in that space? So then I started to explore, what would it look like if we created a values-based cryptocurrency that instead of it raising in value because of how many miners or how many transactions are being made, but it was raising in value because you did good. So you can imagine taking that kind of very broad, vague concept as an idea, pitching it to a technology company who said, okay, Kangaroo, we'll help you with that. And trying to figure it out. I had a group of rangatahi whom I call the conscience of the planet, trying to help us kind of co-create this crypto that we called Indigicoin. But for a range of reasons, it didn't land. And there was a reason for that. So the second part was, I run a company called Making Everything Achievable, and I think about how does technology serve me in my business. I have a virtual team of 11, which means that I've got people dotted all around Aotearoa. We use technology to stay connected. I use technology to help our iwi and te tai tokerau to better communicate and connect with their uri, their whānau. And we also use social media and the web to help tell travel stories. And that's pretty exciting. But can you help me please, bro? I just wanted to show you the other technology that I'm involved in. So just kind of riffing off this kōrero about blockchain, we then shifted into another space which is called decentralized technology, which basically means at this moment in time, many government organizations, they have a website or they have a centralized way of organizing data or information. But why blockchain was so important is it actually started to shift the power of data control back into the hands of the user. Now that's a big deal. So when I talked to you earlier about the cryptocurrency, it didn't land. And basically 2 years ago, we attended a hackathon. There was a whole group of interesting Māori come together, and we co-created an idea, which was how might we protect our whakapapa and our memories and do it differently, but also enable our whānau to create their own archival system or their own archive to store their memories. So introducing Aho. Aho is an application that will help you store your whakapapa and also store the information that matters to you the most. You can download it onto your phone, but the cool thing for me is not just the technology and what it can do for you, it is a base. So when I said to you earlier that I had this idea about crypto, well, it needed to have a tuapapa to connect to. And what greater technology that we have as Māori is whakapapa, the connection of humanity. So once we build the net of connectivity between us as individuals and utilise technology to help us do that, then we can also start to leverage other technologies and build that on top. So I will get that crypto, but maybe not straight away. So we spent 2 years building this particular platform to really help our whānau protect what matters to them the most. My last kind of points around this is what's tricky. So I am not technical at all. I leave all the technical kind of building to my co-founder Ben Tairea. The area that I'm very passionate about is our values, our mātauranga, and also ensuring that our whānau are involved in the co-design and co-creation of our application and our tool. How do I move across? Sorry, bro. How do I move back to my slide deck? Yeah. Okay, cool. So, how do we be like Maui? And if I think about, I'm not technical, but I do think about, well, Maui had some skills and some capabilities, or more, that helped him navigate the world. So the first thing I say is be like Maui, honour your mother, and find her or connect with her. And if we're still kind of struggling with that relationship, then another fitting one is our relationship with Papa Tuanuku. So that's something that I think is really important for us. Another aspect about Maui is be curious, ask questions, and don't take no for an answer. Oops. Also, as Maui, it's important to be disruptive, question the status quo, and look for the root cause of problems, and go a hundi to help create the solution for change. Be like Maui. Learn how to shapeshift, but in order to do that, you must accept and know yourself. Yeah, be like Maui. Use your cunnings. Use your cunning, use your smarts. The wise use of intelligence are gifts, so use your mind well. Be like Maui. As awesome as he was, and as Ōtaki as he was, he couldn't do things by himself. So in order to conquer the sun, he couldn't do it by himself. He needed his whānau, he needed his brothers. So it's important to recognise that you can get there faster with a great team. And so if you have a good team and you can support one another, you can get there fast. But it's important to treat your team respectfully and never be afraid to reach out and ask for the help of others. But there's also a kia tūpato in an area we don't feel like Maui. And that is kaue e whakahihi, right? Don't lose your humility. As awesome as he was and all the cool things that he did, and as brilliant as he was, his one error of judgment was that he lost his respect for something that was greater than him. And if you can remember what happened, and it wasn't necessarily his own fault, but when he lost sight of what was important, what happened to him in the end? What happened to Maui? Yeah, he died. He died. So, kia tūpato whānau. Be like Maui and all the awesome things, but also just be conscious, be aware that you have to be respectful, be mindful of the things around you so that you can actually thrive and get through life okay. And the other part here is that when you're not careful sometimes, snatch shut goes opportunities. You may lose relationships and friendships, and then sometimes you can lose your life. So my final statement for you all is rangatahi, or something that I encourage you to do is to have courage because it's pretty hard out there, but also to have empathy. So to have empathy, especially in technology, to put yourself into the shoes of others, to think about the users that you're trying to solve or serve, and also the problems that you're trying to solve, you need to have a good ngākau for other people. If you have that skill about anything else, it will help you shine in the world of technology. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Ka pai. Got time for a quick question or comment? Any pātai out there? Karakau? Ka pai. We're going to give you about 10 seconds to have a bit of a stretch. E te whānau, e tū. After all that break dancing and puppeting earlier, ka pai, take a seat when you're ready. Ko te kai kōrero e whai ake nei, probably needs no introduction, but because they've sent me one, I'll read it out. No ngā pōtiki, ngai te rangi, Ngāti Whakaue, Ngāti Rā. He is the director of Big River Creative. He holds a Master's of Business from the Auckland University of Technology and is currently completing a Master of UX Design at Victoria University. As a songwriter and an artist, he has won both the APRA Silver Scroll and an APRA Maioha Award. He enjoyed incredible success with his band, Nation Mystic, achieving multi-platinum sales in addition to being a successful solo artist with his bilingual debut EP, Native Intel, hitting the top 40, multiple top 10 hits in Hawaii, Aloha, and 2 #1 albums in Japan. Tawanui has a number of businesses that include Big River Creative, which does research and data visualization for government agencies, Soul Note agency that books cover bands and PA systems, and Ayo Enterprises, man, busy man, that is producing Aotearoa's first animated series called Ayo, The Last Paradise of Kiwa. E te iwi, homai te piki paki kia te awa nui.
Kia ora! Honestly, did I come to Ōtaki for that? Kia ora! Kia ora! Hei tera. Nei rā te mihi nunui kia koutou, whaatalofa atu, mā loe lele, whakalai atu, misa hula vinaka. My name is Te Awanui. We was meant to be Ngāti Raukawa in there, but Ngāti Rā, kei te pai te rā, of the sun, let's go that too. Okay, I'm holding here a replica of a taiaha from the anime series that we're creating in Japan. This was made by a good at school. You call it a hack nowadays, but I was in school. I don't know, it's something. Second to last year, year 12. So my mum said to me, look, boy, if you do really, really good in the first half of the year, you can take those marks and go to good administration and say, based on those, can you estimate what I will get at the end of the year? I was like, no. She was like, yeah, you did it. So I worked my butt off. And my favorite subjects, and this was, I gave this to my mom. I said, what do I do then? Are there any specific subjects? She goes, no. She just goes, do what you love. So I did drama, I did music, PE, English, all the ones that I loved, and I smashed it in that first half of the year. And I was like, me, took it to get administration. Based on that, can I get to university? They're like, yeah, sure. So halfway through the year, I had gone to AUT, met my Bali liaison there. There was a lovely lady called Hariata, and she said to me, oh, well, I'll get you into university before you even need to sit your affair. No, honestly, I was like, sweet. And no doubt, I got a 4-year scholarship to go and study business of all things at AUT before I even hit my exams. And honestly, I walked into the room for the exam, wrote my name and said, hey, everyone, listen up. And I walked out because I was already in uni. So I got to uni when I was 17. I did a double degree, double major in management and marketing. The reason why I studied business, I didn't know what business was. I just knew I didn't want to be broke. And my father, they were both, my mom and dad were both highly qualified, both had master's degrees, both had great jobs, but didn't own any assets. And I was looking at my father and looking at my best friend's father, and I was like, how come you got like houses and properties and all these holidays, got boats, and here we are looking at our money, and it didn't make sense to me. So I thought maybe learning business and learning how money, make money for you, I thought that might be cool. And so I stuck with it. And while I was doing that, I was also working presenting a radio show. I thought, well, no, I did that for 10 years and we won lots of awards with that. But I've always worked and always studied. It's not one or the other for me, because I think if you want to be the best at what you do, you need to stay sharp. And for me, it's keeping this sharp, and I want to be around the best thinkers in the world. Not just out there or in the world. I want to test myself against them. I want to be with people who want to be better. And it doesn't mean that my mates who don't want to do that, I'm like, oh, you're useless, I don't want to be around you. It's not that. It's me just, this is my challenge to myself. I call it my philosophy, to study and work. So I did that all the way through, even up until now. I'm still studying at Vic, so Victoria alumni here. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And before you know it, when you think about it in your lifetime, if you study a degree, and that takes you 4 years, how many degrees do you have? If you're going to learn a trade, and that's going to take you 3 to 4 years, how many trades do you have? Right? Back in the day, you did one job and you did that for 40 years, and that was it. Now, you can be anything you want to be, at any time, anywhere. So don't limit yourself to just being an accountant. If you love doing art too, be an accountant and be an artist. Be 4 things, 5 things, it doesn't matter. But you don't have to limit yourself to anything. It's so exciting. You can train at any university in the world now. So you guys have so much at your fingertips. And I just really want to encourage you to not limit yourself by thinking, I'm just going to be this. Yeah. So if you look up here, these are some of my companies. So if we look at Solar Agency, basically this is how it works. And please don't need to speak the room. This sounds really simple. Somebody emails me, says, I have an event. I call my mate, hey, can you pay this event for this amount of money? They say yes. I send them there. They get paid what they want, and then I get paid on top. And that's all I do. Please don't tell anyone that. But from a creative, I was doing the marketing at the Tertiary Education Commission, going into this week, having all of these marketing and advertising agencies coming for the contract with Māori and Pacific communities. Not one of them were Māori. You're actually mispronouncing Māori to the death in the hood. Taking contracts that were 100, $250,000, and I was like, what? I could do this. And I looked at my boss, and he was an older Māori man. He goes, "Oi, get up there and go clean up his contracts." So that's exactly what I did. I gave him my resignation, and I was on good money, like over 150 grand. That's not even including this income. But I started this company, put the website up. A week later, I was now I've got $250,000 worth of contracts coming in. Like Henry said, I have a team. I better find someone to do this money for me because I don't know how to do it. So I hired a designer, I hired a developer. So I can start pulling that together. Now what I do is I take the contract from the government, go to my designer, can you do this? Yes. Give it the mahi, send it back to me, send it back to me. Is that what you want? Yes. Paint it. It's not as difficult as you think. And then I was releasing t-shirts on my Facebook, and every time I would put out a run, it would sell out within 48 hours. I did this for about maybe 10 years. And then I thought, what happens when I actually put some effort in and make this a business? So I did. So I got it branded, and now it's only been going for a month, but I've had like almost $10,000 in sales. And I don't do anything. I just get a printer, put my design on it, and send it to you. It's not that hard, but you have to have a go. You have to not be scared. You have to have the courage. You have to get people that are smarter than you in the room to help you do what you can't do, because you only have limited time. And I don't want to disrespect anyone here on the 9 to 5. I've worked it too, but what I want to tell you is that you have to own your company. You have to own your IP or your idea or the concept. If you don't do that, your time is owned by somebody else. Most of these people apply for leave or holidays, but when they go, "Oh, I'd like this time off," they've got to ask, and they might get told no. It's your time. Does that make sense? That's some bullshit. So for me, the only way to control where you're going is to make your business, is to create that idea you've got up here. That thing you go, "Man, I really want to do this." I'll do it. Because then you can take it to the world and you don't have to work. You can pay somebody else to do it. You can't work 60 hours and be creative on something else. You're going to be tired. And that's let alone once you fellas start to have families in there. So my advice to you is work the 9 to 5, learn from the best in your job. Listen, be aware, take all those learnings, but be gunning for your own company. You have to own it, or you'll be working for somebody else for your whole life. That is the truth. Don't get me wrong. There is honor and there is love in working 9 to 5. There is a purpose for that. But you will work yourself to do it. Because you don't own your time, and someone's going to tell you how much your hour is worth. The crazy thing to me is what I say to my clients, I'm like, don't worry about how I get there, because what you should be focused on is the outcome. We're going to that. How I get there shouldn't matter. As long as I get there, you're happy, right? Right. If I take 10 hours, if I take 1 hour, the main thing is to get here. So don't limit your time. Your time is what you make it. The craziest thing I remember when I first started this company, I went in and obviously I paid a salary before that at the Tertiary Education Commission. But what I knew is that actually time is what you want it to be, and the job is what you want it to be. So when they go to me, how much per hour? And they tell me something, how much is your hourly rate for your company? I just go $400. And they don't even blink. I was like, should I make it $5? But you know what I mean? It's what you want it to. It's what you want it to be. If you have someone dictating what the hour is to you, then you're stuck with that. They might say, okay, you're going to make 50 grand a year, which is me. But it doesn't matter how much you work, or how hard you go, or what you achieve, right? You're just getting 50 G's. Doesn't sound right to me. But that's me, because I'm just a tick collar and I'm a wall. So this is what I do. But one thing I want to touch on, I'm not a tech guy. I'm aware of tech. I'm more designer. I like the look and feel and the experience of what I'm doing. But one thing I'm doing is Ion. I got together with two of my mates and I wanted to make a Māori inspired cartoon. We'll get there. Let me leave it, Chief. Let me leave it. And so we came up. No one had done it before. Well, you guys can see Marvel, the Disney one. It doesn't be wrong, first choice. But that wasn't cool to me. I want something that is me. So what I did is I got together with my boys and I said, let's make it anime. Anyone watch anime here? Yes. Right. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. Hold up. So I was like, how do we make an anime? We got the story. Who are the best animators in the world? Where are they? Does anyone know? So we were like, how do we get there? Like, how do we get there? So anyway, we got a little bit of funding. We went to Japan, pre-COVID, and we met with the best anime studios in the world. We landed at midnight, 8 o'clock in the morning, our first week, and they were like, it's beautiful. We love it. We want to work with you. And we had 10 other weeks to go, and they all said yes. Now the crazy thing for us is choosing the right one to go with. So we chose Yoshida Group, who have basically some of the biggest animes in Japan right now. But the crazy thing is that somebody heard about our animes. I don't know. You might know this guy, Hatsuhiro Fumioka, but you may not know the name, but do you guys know like Pokemon? Dragon Ball Z? You guys know Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, the fellow who wrote that saw that story, and then I want to work with you guys. And so we're like, oh, we have to have a think about whatsoever. And we're like, this house work for us. So we've got there's one of the fellas that are a bit older in the room. We used to watch anime like Sailor Moon and things like that. But that guy wanted to work with us too. So we're like, okay. And so we made this pilot video, and actually I just flown back into Wellington yesterday when we pitched, because it costs a lot of money to make an anime, and we managed to get our budget. So this is the trailer. This is what it's going to, this may change, we're not sure yet. We're just talking, anyone know Crunchyroll? Yes. Yeah, right, so they're talking with us at the moment, and actually, the writer for Ninja Turtles wants to work with us. But that's why I said, hey, I know there's some cameras, I can see some of them putting out some cameras, but please, for this, can you not film it, because it's not live yet. And the risk of you showing this to somebody else before it goes, may mean we can't do it. So just respectfully ask that you don't film this, but you just enjoy the experience. Because this will be all the other ones. Bye-bye.
Yeah. それは、風のすごい。愛を世界に変えた。いないね。この愛は俺たちのもの、そして今日は俺たちの正義だ。何を変える必要があると思うか。
So it'll take probably 2 years to make this, but it's all ready to go. And it's been crazy, man. Like this is 3 Māori boys who have no idea about the anime industry, and we've had to learn it. Crazy. It's been major learning, and we've had to like really admit like, oh, we're really out of our league on this. But what you do is you have confidence, you have a crack, and if you really love what you do, through the hard times will be sweet. That'll keep you going. But it's just nice. Okay, I've got 4 hats. We're going to do quick fire questions. Are you ready? Really? Are you ready? Okay. What is the name of the anime? I need a little bit more, please, there. Halfway. When we talked about Be Like Maui, what was the first point she made? What? Mama. Matua Kiwa said he's pretty good at this type of dance. What was it? Fight. Oh. Okay, now baby. Break dancing. Tiga. Okay. Who was the first rugby team in New Zealand? Oh, I can't take that answer. Yes.
Australia.
Oh. Once a week, that is correct. And this, all that says that, but who is the best regional team? I just want to say Tessa, get out of here. Question. Get out of here with questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share what I'm up to today. Thank you to Lee for inviting me. Thank you to Mātai, Rani Kiape, emceeing this event. Good luck for the you guys. Remember, Big Māori's choice. This is our unique value proposition in the world. Use it. And thank you very much, guys.
Wow. We're looking forward to the launch of the anime. Yeah. Yep. Well, I suppose the only thing I can say to Elru is to let us know when it's. It's all the time. I know, it's one of those days. Okay, couple more. If I have your name, what they like calling a couple of minutes ago, yep. I appreciate it. Apply. Like what play up your name? Well, that's going to go to the white one. Morning. Sure. I won't forget that Nancy Gorman. I will publish author and published public speaker, communicator, a highly experienced multi-language specialist. Kiwa led the translation of the history making Te Ture o Te Reo Māori Language Act 2016, the first piece of New Zealand government legislation to be fully translated and enacted in Te Reo Māori. He's a former lecturer in Kaua Māori School of University of Wellington, has developed further his teaching and training skills as a lead facilitator of Aotea Solutions. He's been a national moderator for the public sector, delivered many training programs and provided advisory services on Māori culture matters to Crown agencies, community organisations and businesses and corporations. Nō tātou te whiwhi te waimarie kei puna ia as a principal consultant of Tohu Ao Aotea Solutions, Wairua Digital Collective. Please welcome Kiwa Hammond.
Tuatahi, me pēia taka whai atia, aurui. Ai, kare, me pēia, tātou katoa. Mai ia te tipua, kōrero. Mai ia te tipua. Mai ia te tawhito. Mai ia te tāhui ngāriki. Mai ia tāwhiti ati ki ngā tua. Kia ora tātou. All right. Before I get all too hohonu on you fellas, me pēnei taku kōra whakamārama. Ai ki te kāri nei, ka kōra Māori ana ki a kiwa, he, ka reo rua ke. Kia marama pai ai ki te katoa. O tira, pai aki kia kōro kia o tātou whakaro te reo Māori. Hoi. Okay. The introduction, that's just like what others said. That's just stuff I've done. Okay. What I want to talk about today is where we are going. And I mean, we, tātou katoa. And the speakers before me have talked about their inspirations. I like to think of our inspirations as our navigators. O tātou nei kai urungi, tātou e whakatere nei ngā waka. And these are my navigators. Okay? I don't need to explain who they are. Some of you probably recognize some faces here. Nā te mea, I konei wetahi o rātou, I raukawa nei, ngā tau tahake. Hoi no, taku whānau tēnei. But I do want to pay tribute to a very special man. And it's not Tom Kirikiri sitting there in the corner. He tohunga. Ko tau no roto Ngāti Pro, kei te mōhio kouta ki tēnei tanga. New Amsterdam, Rico. Tohunga. And what we do as a company out there, we were inspired by this man. Taku wai mari hoki koia tētai kaiako, ai ngā tau kahaki nei. And his battle cry to all of us was, it's not how far back your culture goes that matters. It's how far forward you take it that counts. So when we're standing on our marae, and we're doing our karakia, we're doing our waiata, we're reciting our whakapapa. Kei te tiki tātou vera kōrero mua, haiara taki a tātou I roto I tēnei a ui. We call on those things to guide us. But we shouldn't let them restrict us. And I need to qualify that statement. But te tangata nei, he tohunga. E hia rau ngā karakia I mōkia ki te takitaka. But he has always had his eyes firmly focused on the future and encouraged us in so many different ways. And I mui tōna matinga I te tau rua mano a te kaumapa. I pirangia kia turu urumai ki roti tēnei ao te ao hangarau matihiko. He really wanted to launch deeply into this sector and into this world because there's so much that could be shared and so much that we could call upon from what we are as Māori that actually benefit the world. And I say benefit the world not in a whakahihi kind of way, but benefit the world in terms of that. Tēnei mea, ko te hangarau matihiko, e hari te mea hou kia ngai tā o te mā. So what we did before, pura tētahi karikia ni. Now, ka rekau he kupu Pākehā, e āhei ana ki te āta whakamārama hea tēnei mea pa te karikia. Ko tau kei roto i ngā kura kaupapa Māori, ngā kura. Beseeching, it's not requesting an entity, it's about being focused on the protocol. And so we retreat the karikia, it's kind of a waka. Aiha, ai, ala te kupai a tātou ki roto ki rawa. O tira, rāpiri kai e kukuriko, no te reo hangarau matihiko, hāngai ana, e whakamāru atua i tēnei mea, o te karikia. No te ao whakarorori from the world of computational thinking. Our tipuna were masters of computational thinking. You know, thinking, well, that didn't have any sense. Didn't have devices, didn't have computers that that's not what I took. And they care, they're already for tutu. And they care, they're already for tutu. Hey, come here. First in that movie was called Hidden Figures. That was a movie about a black woman who worked for NASA. Right? Okay. And remember what the job was? They had to do all these mathematical calculations and formulas and so on to work out how to safely get a man into space and back again alive. If you haven't seen that movie, you must. What was the job for? You remember what the job for was and then versus? No? I'm not surprised. Only one person, every time I ask a question, only one person ever began to answer. It was computer. That's the job for in their role on this computer, human computers. Before the IBM mainframes before the big machines were brought in, the power of the human mind. Here are the talking about the word. What I tell now, okay, for the country, a hard thinking. And hard thinking in the world of computational thinking, and the world of hangaramatiko, digital technology, means algorithms. These are our algorithms, our curriculum, our pathway, our whakapapa, our way of life. And my year the tikua, my year the tapiko, my year the rahunga, my year the Afrikatina to Paitera of Pali is an example of an algorithm. Because it's a pattern. And then the pattern changes to acknowledge different things, to enact, to enable different things to come alive and to happen. So, then they come he's not the only one, but he is the person. The question that she asked this morning, was anyone that she ever wanted to be? Someone actually asked me that question, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was in my 20s at the time. I was still trying to figure out what I was going to do with the rest of my life after being at university, first as a student and then as a lecturer. I refer to myself as a recovery student. And someone asked me a question, what do you want to do with the rest of your life? And I said, I want to be able to read. It's not a beautiful man. Love him still. Now, how do we see ourselves in the world? Do we see ourselves as just a little pinprick of a place on the map, a map that was being designed by someone else who wasn't Māori? Or do we see ourselves as this? Māori hangara te kaupapa o tēnei hui. Tātou mai he hau a Māori. Nā hi ake te whenua ni. O te hitanga kera. O te hika te whenua pāre. Ane. So if you were to take that picture of the map and you flip it around, kai he pētaka, kai runa, nā pēhea I tēra I whakaro pēra o pāte mātua tika. We're not at the bottom of the world. There's someone else's bottom. It's not our bottom. We're at the top of the world. And then they have a theory called a whakahihi. Tēra ka whakaro o pāte mātua. So let's just start putting mindsets. Because we grew up in an era where being Māori wasn't fantastic. Honestly. Nena ka kora hau marau wane. Kei te maumahara tāri ki whare ple. I remember this place when there was no bar in Morocco. Nā tēnā, kua ki hau, kaput, kono te tai rapiti. I grew up on the marae, whakarumotanga. I grew up on Raukawa. I grew up with Takuwaki. So I remember this place. I remember the people who were here before and the vision that they had, which came to be Whakatikuranga, grew up on them, and hey, and then I grew up. Mimi kaput. Ara tētai koro no te kai. Titiro o whakamuri ke haere whakamura. Look to your past, you know the way you're going into the future. In fact, you walk towards your past, but you can use your past to budget. Me nui kiri kia pata. O tātou marae, o tātou iwi, o tātou hapun, o tātou whāna. Engari te buti ei ho, te tangata noi hoa. Angas wāna mani. Koe noa rā tērā kūru, e ara taka toi te toa takitahi, engari he toa takitiru. And so, what are we doing in this? What are we doing in this space? What are we aspiring to be? What do we want to do? Actually, before going through, I want you to look at the cards in front of you, the Māori Hangara. Just open it up. Right, open up. Look at the photos. One of these things is not like the other. Come on, can you tell which one? Why is my face in the room? Because I look like an egg-owl. I call that my, I did not think we were putting on Zoom face. And did it get your attention? Right, so that was the attention. And that's not to be disrespectful to our speakers because beautiful photos. I thought, what's something that's a bit different? Because I just had this sneaky feeling that Lee was going to put me after. Telling me, I said, how can I do something that's a bit different? What else do you notice about that photo? What's wrong with it, apart from my face? Well, yes, okay. I'm getting older. I need glasses. I need to go to the stuff. Yes. But what else is wrong with that picture? Background. The background? What else? What else? Something. One thing is. What? Okay. What's happening with the T-shirt? It's alright, Chris flipped around. And actually, when this came out, I thought, fantastic, that's awesome. Because it's one thing to make an impact. There's also another thing about making sure that the impact is not only done with good, but there is some integrity and some authenticity to that impact. So what you see there, that's the real keyword. The keyword that came in, and then remember from university, or the serious guy, you know, he tapu hau, ko e pāpai hau, but actually they're really, that shirt there is actually a Star Wars shirt. I decided that they come to support it, and then we get closer to the shirt and see what I'm talking about. That shirt actually says, it's from the iconic People Strikes Back movie, best movie ever made, okay, where Darth Vader says those There's magical words to Luke. And Luke goes, no, it can't be true. Yeah, so that's what it says. One of my sons saw it and said, Papa, I need the heart to play more. I was, oh, you know. And he gave it to me as a Christmas present, which I paid for. And anyway, I decided that I'll wear it on Father's Day just to prove a point. Because I am your father. So I thought, Papa, it would have been nice in Māori. And then the same Sunday goes, hey, Papa, put one hand here and another hand here or something like that. And I went, okay, I did that and said, I am fat. And I went my hand and they said, you're fat. Oh, we read things differently. He saw an opportunity in this year. An opportunity for me to stroke my ego and acknowledge the fact, yes, you know, respecting the father, but at the same time, you know, she's trying to shoot me down, but I just fight it straight back. Ko korahau, mo tēnei mea, mo te, wā, ko I korahau mo te karakia. E whakapapa. And anei tētai taua. Tētai rauemi I tuhi au I ngā tau, e rua te tau niki atu pēr I mua rā. So while I was in Wellington, I was asked to to create some resources. Now, I wrote them, I didn't exactly illustrate them, but this one was taken from a resource, a story that was about my tipuna, Tapuwai. And it connects very closely to Mātai. We also connect on our kahungunu side and our rongo whakaata side is the kōrero of Taharako and Tapuwai and how they came to meet and the kōrero and discussions that they had. I won't go into graphic detail because it does get a bit graphic. Well, this was, this is a hard copy resource. Taka mōhio kai te katai tonu kia ngā kura tiki mene tera pe kei hoki a kura kura. But how do we take that story from the hard copy and then we digitize it? Not just digitize it, how do we make that I am to replace things that man does? How about let's look that on its head? And let's talk about those things that intelligence. Because at the end of the day, it hasn't been a case of a machine that's created a machine like him. It's come from human and human. Okay, moving along. So we draw in a whakapapa. We draw on the things that are important to us, hau kāinga, ngā kaupapa te kāinga, what tātou ne whanenui, and so on. And what do we use them for? What's the way we do all this stuff? Cultural enterprise, we create business opportunities out, and we do it in an unusual way. For some people, the business opportunity by seeing a flower that's been suspended in midair by a single thread of a web. What can we do with it? how can we make that come alive in a digital sense? It could be something to do with agriculture, growing stuff. They're putting sensors in the ground that help to monitor what's happening with crops. How can we get a better yield and what's going on simple? And I do want to just sort of acknowledge out there in the foyer, the electric car, it's a kaupapa, it's been going for a couple of years now, and that's kind of stuff that we're doing, working with companies like Microsoft and others, and how can they do this cool stuff and do it in schools and do it in Kura so that we can use technology in a way that enhances what we're already doing. Like I said before, actually I think it was Peter that talked about gardening aid. It's not a small thing. Oh well, maybe technology is a way of resolving that issue. Let's just say we planted a lot of crops during lockdown, and we're still trying to get through it. Yeah, we did a couple of cases decided we're going to the bush and just induction. But of all these photos here, hands up, which is I see? Somebody tell me, what is the photo that stands out? What are the photos that stand out to you?
One of the two.
It's one in front of me. Okay. One, two, Roy. Like the boy will put it in. Okay. So why would I put a photo of Tommy eating in a tutu up here? Not to embarrass him. He has no fears about putting himself out there in ways that people in a totally unexpected way. And that's one of the things our speakers are talking about. Be fearless. Don't worry about what other people think. This was actually a COVID protest support by people's cancer awareness or something along those lines. Awesome. This was put out in the media. This was put out online. Kāre he rari kia tangi, he tangata pira. Tere, me pera ko tāpai. Kai, but yeah, I made the career, the high tutu, low tutu. Okay, moving along. So, I am going to get a little bit Duodo-centric and talk about a few things that happen at home. When they say o mata maraika tūtai. Kia nei, wow, tūtahi tango ngā mea katoa. Anei tā mata kōrero, tūtahi awanui, tūtahi awaits, but the tūtahi tanga o ngā. Ka tangi ka tū, ka tūtahi te. And I put it there not just because it's my marae, but we are kind of quite proud of the fact that we were the best marae in the way of Christian. We fought for the marae to have Wi-Fi. That was a big thing back then. And we're lucky that we had people with the vision. Yes, we're going to go for that and put it there. Now there's a whole lot of kaupapa that happening around the country, around marae connectivity. Some of that's been happening and been TV driven, and some have been supported now through different government agencies like TK, MB, and so forth. That's another quarter. And it's not just about making sure that our marae have Wi-Fi so that you fellows can sit there and just watch YouTube and your Facebook and stuff. It's about what opportunities can we create as results. So we've got more of that stuff that's happening back home. It's happening around the country, which is awesome. But I do want to get on to talking about those digital opportunities. Outside there, kaya kuma. Kaya te hōro kai maho, koe tahi tanga, kaya reira te tei whiwhi, kia takitu o mati hiko. Tera te koromo ki koe kama tēnei kaupapa, me nā kāre no, haere atu te ko kia rata. So te takitu o mati hiko, hangarau, hangarau mati hiko digital technology, kaupapa is what we've been working on for the past 3 years, and it's been working with your kaiako and with teachers, trying to reach 44,000 teachers around the country to build confidence to utilize digital technology in a way that enhances the teaching that you're already doing. It's not about trying to learn something new or trying to add another mode or another part of curriculum and more workload credits. It has been about using technology, and I know some of this already, to enhance what you're already doing in regard to your teaching practice. So please, if you have not done so, go have a kōrero with Darcy and Kirby and Dan who are out there about what possibilities or what kind of support that you may think is hopeful that you'll put up and whānau need in regard to this. Because anei, mā rātou, anga whamariki manga mokopana tēnei kapa ahakoa, for kōrero te tino aunga. What we're focusing on kaiako, it's about kaiako, building confidence, to be able to utilize a whole lot of cool stuff that's out there and utilize it in a way that is in a way that is relevant and in a way that's meaningful and authentic to us. Our company, Arte Solutions, we do a lot of work with a lot of people. We continuously go out here and make friends. Meaning, we love whakawhanangatanga when it comes to building relationships. And so we do a lot of work with the computer science departments of the department of stuff at Canterbury University. We're quite fortunate that the person who heads the program down there, by the name of Professor Tim Bell, is the international guru on computational thinking, and in particular what's called unplugged. What does unplugged mean? That means without devices. That's all that stuff that's sitting up here. All that computational stuff that's sitting up here, and he's over 23, 24, 35 years, he's devised different sorts of exercise and activities that he's done in classrooms. Tā mata e whakamaori, hau te whakamaori i te reo, engari whakamaori ngā tikanga o aua nohi. So the whole lot of stuff that's there for you, whai a for yes, we love Google, we love Microsoft, we love we've got Xerox, Fuji Xerox and so on, because what we are trying to do is that we are trying to find opportunities, trying to create opportunities for our community. I'm going to move on quickly here, because it's not just about creating opportunities within our community, it's about creating international opportunities. He kawera tēnei, ko tino nei, mo te kura kaka Māori o ngā tikahanga o te wairua, I hara mai hoki ka rata ki konei, ki raukoa, ki ngā kaukura tahaki. I tai atu rātou ki D-School. That's the Design Thinking School over at Stanford University. Haere atu ki rei, tai atu ki Google ki reira, titaki atu ki wika ki whanaunga no haki tū, romo nui rāra i atu ngā kōreo, mo te tino ka. It's about creating those kinds of opportunities as well. But engari te moves going for, o te pinangi kia kaua rā, e noho tonu ki reire ki tāua, engari kia whoki mai. That's me put up all rātou ki kia whoki mai ki te haina. So that home benefits from the opportunities that we're able to get. So, a few things that we have in the Wairua. Problems. A lot around our marae, a lot around creating, having digital technology wānanga. This was about 3 years ago. Working with our kura, working with our community, doing our recognising box. Yes. We also had our crew, our whānau from AUT come down and run the Mac Lab on how to make applications, how to build your own apps. So they're running the program. We'll have the Spooner with the Kaino Mohoki. And then we drop over here. This one's a bit mysterious. With the tohune. Koine te tohu o te kora. Taku koro I te apa nei. Mutuma taku koro. Kia o te koro I tētai kupano ma te mau. Tino kupu tēra I roki te tai rāwhiti. Kāre te tino romo hia I wakwatu te tai rāwhiti. I tīra tēra kupu o te koro. Hei kaupapa, hei mo tō mātou kaupapa, grow digital trust, grow digital needs. And so what we've done from all these different opportunities, like with a few others doing on the Mutu, we created another opportunity. We have this thing that's called Wairua Digital Connect. That's anyone who's into things digital. And we had a whole lot of discussions about what do we want to create. And actually, I put this on the table, I said, what we want to do, we want to create
a Jedi Academy. A Jedi Academy says the man who's wearing the suit. Okay? And what that means is, que one, e ki we tai o tātou whanaunga, ka matukura te tera tupu. Ke one, pai kia tātou. Engari, some of them, it doesn't scare them or so like, so we decided that we won't call it Barman. I call it Jedi Academy because a lot of people can relate to that. That's because you know Star Wars and you know it well. And so we created this opportunity. And so what we've done, and this is what happened during lockdown, is a cohort of 8 people to start off. 12 weeks of training, but it's not a training program. This is an employment program. We employ them to learn. They earn and learn at the same time. And not the way we're really done with the course. It's now focused on our community. And then after 12 weeks, then they're actually into dollar productive work. And they are paid well. We make sure of it. We're not looking for cheap workers. We are looking to create opportunities for them. Because what we want is after 12 months, they'll go off and do their own thing. Some might stay, but others, if they want to go work with someone else or they want to create their own business, and like the sister over here, who was talking about in 3 years' time, she is going to set up this, set up her own business. Actually, I challenge you, make it one. Make it one. Okay, so after 12 months, these people can go and do some creative opportunities for themselves. We've had 2 cohorts come on. So 16, the first cohort is talking to the second cohort. Our third cohort is going through a selection process. We have 44 people applied for this, only 8 of them will get through. They're not going to get through because they're any kind of technical genius or that they know technology well. We are actually, they don't realize it. And this goes out, and people are there listening. What they don't realize is that technology, hey, what's a novel? And I think that's what we see. Technology is a vehicle. It's not the everything. Because what we are really trying to do, or we're really aspiring to do, is to encourage them to be stronger, resilient, more empowered people, and do good stuff. Because the technology will keep on evolving, keep on changing. But the human character, that's something we also need to keep on. All of us start at the top. And also they realize that by doing this program, they're learning the real. And they're learning tika. So they're coming from all parts of our community. Kōtiro mai, whaioki mai, huia mai, all different parts of our community. So it's not necessarily the technical knowledge that's going to get somebody accepted into the next cohort. It's about what is the content of your character, or how can we, what is it that you are restriving for? So that's a little bit about kora. I am going to finish off very soon. One of the, now I am going to go to technology, and unfortunately I don't have one of these here. If I did, and you guys would be on all day. Ko tau I te atu ki koko te reo, tētai kaupui tuai ki pōne ki te rātau ki kia. Ia ni hari mai mātou I tētai wene, it's called a touch table. And in these COVID-19 times, yeah, touching is sort of a but we call the whale a touch table city. Because one of the companies on my company, the one we work with, developed this technology based on what they saw, like factory manufactured versions that were popping up in the museums were actually pretty koretake. And so some of our farmers, they came and looked at them and said, I can make a better one, they did it. So we have quite a few of these whale. This is one of 2 that's in the Whale Museum. This one, and it's basically, it's a plug-in database. And it can be interchanged. You can hold this up. The stuff that you see there is based on records,
And memorabilia that has been digitised of our World War I soldiers on the Wairau district. That's what's the Wairau program that is done years ago. We also have another one in the museum where they digitise their entire collection and put it on the touch table. Because what they realised, Wairau Museum is quite unique in that it actually has 90% of its collection on display. But the other 10% is archives, it's documents, it's photos. And so that's the stuff that really we needed to find a way for people to go and access it. So there are 2 touch tables in the Wairau Museum. We have one at the Paipena office, EV Incorporated, the office that's in Wairau, Paipena, and that's our Reorua touch table. And Reorua is the Wairau Reorua bilingual Wairau 2040 co-program that we launched back in 2012. And so on there, what we've been doing is collating a whole lot of stuff that's already in the public domain, because it's easier to acknowledge. And we put onto such a so people can go in and look at hey, oh, here's David that way. So we do all this kind of stuff as well in that way. Why can we do that in Wairau? Well, Wairau North Country is quite similar to speak that when you have a high Māori population. 60% Māori. In terms of the percentage of Māori speakers, it's over 20% who tick the box in the census of saying, it's 84 Māori. But the reality is more understand Māori, but don't have the confidence to say they can speak Māori. We need to change that. Let's look at mindset too. Bueno, ko tasa tayo ki te kumitsu mo pagkikora. So, he wabaka. When they think they pass on me, she's really going to answer this question. What else is possible? What else is possible for the future? And the French are going to say, all these fantastic speakers before me, okay, what can you take, what can you grasp, what can you grab hold of that you can use, that you can apply, that you can create an opportunity for yourself? I don't think they're important. Nothing else. I don't think more than 2 weeks. Ke mai tō ringa ki kakamatu. Ke mai tō ringa ki kakamatu. Koera te tohu a te kui a tāpiki ki ai ke rawa tahi kuka on a pain as they were ascending to another place on their kaupapa. Ke mai tō ringa ki kakamatu. So what is kakamatu? What is the thing that's really grabbing your attention? What's the thing that's taking hold of your heart? You go, yes, I'm going to do that. Not say, can I do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. In fact, I am doing it. Not I'm going to, I'm not a gunner. I'm going to do it. No, I'm doing it. Reira, ko tai au ki te whakahutunga o whakakōhuru. And it's a beautiful way of it. And it's a good way. It's even a hook in a quarter of the rainy house. Yatane. Okay, to go mom and create a house. This is my purification place. It's called the rain. I think what? It's where our rivers converge. We need to mark out of the way the whole food is going in and out and the way the top. The way you ni has to make a photo, Nathanaila, tuaka no mai, kai no mai, haranga pana kama toa, ana e na photo, ui te marama, ui te ora e, te ora.
Another one's great to know. E te iwi e moi o kua nā mātai kua hipa noa ati tātou ki te wā ki whakarite a te mātai, so I'm aware that we've gone past the allocated time. We will get to lunch. We'll have time to have a quick snack. But before we do, speaking of quick, we're going to do a quick pitch. So some of the stallholders that we have here at Māori Hano 2020 are going to give 20 seconds.
Oh man!
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus!
So we'll start with the brother here. Yep. The mother's front here.
Yeah.
At our school today, we have co-confidential and Adelaide. Co-confidential was a central place for the media mob, and Adelaide is the app that we use for our AR. So that's all I'm going to say. Come and check it out. Bye-bye.
I'm part of the Spark, Waka, or Aotearoa, and we've got an app out there. Who's got a mobile phone? Oh, bring them here. So bring your mobile phones to our store. We're going to go to the Cuckoo app, and we're going to play a game with you, and then we're going to give you some free stuff.
Kei koro nei mātou ko te takatu am tipo. Kei reina na mohe matiko, na mohe momo te na reina harama.
For years and years and years, our parents have tried to get us off the technology and outside into the garden or doing the things. And we have come back by developing something, a piece of technology that you can put in the garden when you're out here and actually reads the data from the soil in the air. And for the electric garden, we've got a stand, come over and have a play. Well, also, you can enter your details and the school, and at the end, we're going to give one of these units away, and a whole online platform as well, where we teach coding and exercise through the mental classes. Come on! Thank you from Google STEM Model 2, the little sweet gadget here, virtual reality, some games on it, I've seen you outside, it's good to jam. Some prizes up the bread, please merch. Yes. So we're going to move to the second bit. The time is kind of a truck in terms of you can sandwich it or address your lunchbox. And your Langatei zone is just out here. That's where the storeholders are situated. I would say you probably need about how much time? 15 minutes? Yeah. 15 minutes, have a kai, and then we'll have the zone. Also, the whānau zone here, the whānau session, and the education session is happening in here. So this will be an opportunity for you guys to talk to the Kiwa and the rest of our team that are here, the speakers, the guest speakers, if you want to go up and have a little bit of a chat to them and ask them a question or two, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we need you back in here, by the way. Second year, team concerns people posters. I'm like, what about that? Also, here on Taiwan. Oh, we're going to have a photo. How do I get the next one?
Alright, can I say that with my hand? Like, do something with your hands, I'm like, hey, honey, who are close? Honey, who are close? Honey, who are close? What?